put a little shoe polish on it. So hers was only available. Well, she was a little bad.
We went as far as putting like stick bait down the vents.
Oh, I wouldn't have that. I had sardines.
See, you're the people who ruined it.
Well, I didn't do it, I watched them.
What happened?
But that was gonna happen too, Jeff, but then they were all standing back going,
You're the one who
It's
took it
crazy.
a little too far, now nobody gets to
I
do
didn't know that.
I just get angry all the time when somebody did it to me.
Yeah, well,
I would've done it.
karma's
Yeah.
I didn't use Vaseline. I didn't use grease. Like mine, I used tractor grease in my vehicle.
really, oh
Nobody had
no.
Vaseline, so they squirted grease all out. It was bad.
That would be a mess. Oh, wow.
So we had fun. I mean, I'm the old guy out there decorating the car. It shouldn't be my job. I'm 45 years old, for Pete's sake. That ain't my job. You know?
Nobody
They got our
else
house.
wanted to.
Well, see?
Do what?
They got in our house.
And that used to be more common too, and I don't think that even happens at all.
Oh my
anymore.
gosh, they did our house too. They took all the labels off the cans in the pantry.
Yeah.
They like saran wrapped
Yeah.
the toilet seat down and all
We
kinds
had
of
the
stuff.
label deal.
They put Kool-Aid in the, it was funny because
I don't remember which what.
wife took a shower. She would take a shower and she started screaming and she ran from head to
that's
toe.
hilarious.
She was
Probably
such a
does
bleeding.
too.
That's a good one. I never thought of that.
Yeah.
I heard, I sat there and she was screaming, there is red stuff all over.
Hey, remind me to never let you all know where I live or get married again.
Me too. Don't plan on that day, Texas. Brian's like, yeah, we'll get you.
Yeah.
Come up with some good stuff.
This thing likes me. It does.
You get it figured out?
I sold it.
Huh?
I sold
You sold it. Oh, you got rid of it now?
it. Get closer.
Okay.
Soon.
You guys ready? It's close enough, isn't it? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, you was up here for some reason.
Are you getting one of these two?
Yeah.
You was up here.
Yeah, well, that's what I did last week.
Okay.
So we can
All right.
so you should-
Did you talk to Bob about mine too? 'Cause I think he's gonna get rid of mine
It's
too.
gonna be a little while before it comes in. I told Darren that this morning.
Are those tough to get a hold of right now?
Yeah. This is,
I'm gonna save us about $400. So.
Here's your stack. That's stack.
Yeah, so the first part of the meeting is what we call the red folder. And so that's the time sheets, accounts payable, and that's like, okay.
Seventh, right?
Okay.
Eight.
And then we'll start with the second.
This one was really close.
Oh, stop.
With the initials, S-H-O.
That one needs to bonus dollars.
Yeah, I put it on
Went to a banquet last week, had one of the best meals of my life.
Oh my gosh, so the lemon bars.
Oh my God.
What did they serve?
They were lemon.
They were
I
so
took
good.
those home to Kevin, and we literally savored them. They were the best dessert we've ever had in our
Yes,
entire
One
life.
of them you hide in the cabinet, keep away from the kids, yeah.
And Tanner came out of the kitchen and he was holding one of those, and I was like, "Where'd you get that?" And he said, "It was in the fridge." And I'm like, "Boy, you're gonna do some chores with that lemon bar."
That's funny. Yes,
Believe it or not, Michael was my worst.
Really?
That roast beef was really
We
good.
had to control, so we had to start hiding stuff. There was one day I came in after she got off the bus. She has a stool on top of the counter, on the very top canvas, and she looks and I'm coming in, she's like, I'm like, yeah, you're in trouble.
How old was she?
Oh, I don't know, maybe 7.
And she's still tiny.
Oh, yeah.
It was the Harper County Community Foundation
Yeah.
Awards Banquet,
Yeah.
and they had roast beef. Well, the Crazy Horse catered and mashed potatoes and gravy, and I mean, it was just like,
Let's stop talking about
Okay, I do turn out. Yeah, I do turn out.
Best.
I'm hungry.
I told Vaughn, I said, savor this meal because you will not get another one.
This is gonna last all week, son. inflation hits, we're all gonna cut back on fees.
Mama ain't cooking.
October 18th minutes, guys, we approved these last week, so I'm just gonna sign those deals.
Did we get the?
And that's what I was gonna ask Hannah. Hannah, we never did, I don't think, get the minutes from last week. I think this is them. No, that's the
No,
25th, that's
yeah.
not them at all, yeah. So do we have a copy of minutes from last week anywhere?
No, we do not.
Okay. What are the ramifications for not having minutes? Is that really, that just falls on our shoulders, doesn't it? Okay, so then at what point do we need to go ahead and make sure that we have minutes being taken in that situation? So if we don't have minutes to approve this week, then what do we need to have done to make sure that our minutes are taken?
I would have a conversation with Kelsey and discuss that issue, that they have to be done each week.
What happens if they're not?
Well, you have to have minutes approved for your meeting. I mean, that's a law, so I don't know. I've never had that happen before.
If I need to visit with Richard about that probably?
You know, and then have a conversation with Kelsey so that she knows to make sure to get them done.
This is what we approved last week, though. 25th.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no, those haven't been approved yet. These were October 18th that we just approved. And for me, it's gonna start to get confusing because I can't keep track of
Right.
what's what. If you get so far behind, I can't remember. A lot of times, a week is hard for me to remember, so we get,
Yeah, 'cause we're going back. That's 2 weeks. Yeah. Right? They were,
these, yeah, October 18th were these.
that's 3 weeks.
It certainly needs to be resolved too.
That's 3 weeks. This is the 25th, this is last week, right? Or the week before, this is 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That's,
I can't see the calendar.
that
October
right?
25th was,
I think that's when you were at Selco. Does it say at Selco?
Yeah, so that's 2 weeks.
that was 2 weeks ago now.
That was 3 weeks.
Right.
And we're in last week.
Right.
Well, the reason that we're behind is that with the meetings being gone, and also we weren't, because you guys had it at Selco, and then you approve it right at the end of the meeting, we don't have time to make the changes to then put it in the folder.
Right, I get that. Where's this week's at though? Or from last week?
I need to proofread over it. I haven't been able to because I've been working on taxes, and we had elections, so we had a lot going on. Plus, we're training somebody brand new for elections.
So the tax roll, is that completed then? Have you got all that?
I'm only a page or two away.
Okay, and isn't that due on November 1st?
Correct. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's never been done. Last year it was done the week of Thanksgiving. So for brand new, never having done this, learning on my own other than a quick training that I had from CIC. Yeah, and I've been in direct contact with Michelle, she's aware. There's other clerks all over Kansas that are the same thing, because they've got elections on top of everything else.
Okay.
So,
Well, the minutes are something that do concern me, Kelsey. I don't know about these two, but they do concern me. And like I said, I lose track. In a week's time, I lose track. Not to mention 3 weeks ago, I have even tougher time remembering.
well, you guys have already approved those.
Right,
That's
3
why they're
weeks
in there
ago,
on
yes.
printed so that they can just be signed.
The 25th, though, are not on assignable paper, so I'm looking at that thinking we haven't approved those yet. The October 25th minutes.
Yes, you did last week.
So why aren't they on the form or on the paper like this to be signed?
They didn't get printed on the sign. I can print them right now, not a big deal.
Sorry, I didn't know they were approved, that's what I
And see, that's
That's
why I'm
okay.
saying it's getting hard for me to remember what's what.
Well, if you do the folder and you get them done real quick, and the first thing in the morning, then we can get them, the changes made in the clerk's office, because then I can just make sure that they're listening, and that way they can get them done and get them to you guys before the meeting's even over.
Okay, but in the
That's
last,
what I'm trying to
in the
do.
last month or so, there's been enough corrections though that I can't get that done in the first 15 minutes. There's corrections that need to happen, and so I can't get that finished.
And like I said, I asked you to email me the commas, or Melinda can email me her commas and all the stuff that she wrote on those papers. I can get it done over the weekend. I'm not afraid to come in. I've been here on Saturdays, I've been here on Sundays, I've been here till 8 o'clock at night, trying to get everything squared away.
Okay.
All it takes is a simple email, and that's all I've asked from you from the beginning, a simple email. It's corrected they can all email me what their corrections are. But that hasn't been done either. So
But
either-
as we sit in the meeting, those are our official minutes. They're not just one of ours, they're our official. So as we sit in an open meeting, that's the only chance I get to talk to these two and say, is that the motion you made, Jeff? Is that the motion you made?
But you're the only one with the corrections.
Did you guys have any corrections last few weeks? Or did I speak for you?
Yeah.
Because if now's the time to speak,
I'm
up
just
instead
not
of letting us sit here
hearing,
and
I'm
talk.
not hearing the corrections from them because you're reading off what Melinda had written down on the paper.
So
So
is
if
it
you
just,
just-
hold on, is it just me or are the other two of you, are you okay with me?
You looked at us.
If you're okay with it, that's fine, but I'm saying if you guys have corrections, then I'm more than happy. It's your minutes. If you want a comma, whatever, it's not a big deal. That to me is a waste of time. You're saying it's a waste of time, and I'm telling you, we can CC in whomever if you want it to be public, whatever, but you're wasting the time too. You don't have to go through every line item either.
Oh, let's quit passing the buck. Let's just do it the right way and be done with it.
What's the right way? I'm not passing the buck. I'm just trying to say.
Do
if
the
you-
minutes the right way. I don't know.
I'm copying it from the previous ones.
You can't be, because you're missing motions
Melinda,
and all of that stuff, so if you're
Okay.
copying it, it would be
Okay.
different.
I'm not here to argue with you. I don't-
And we're not either. I'm asking
just trying
today-
to, I'm trying to make it better,
Okay.
trying to make it smoother, but it seems like you're just trying to keep stabbing me or
It's-
something,
well,
you
here's the
know?
deal. I don't have minutes to approve today from last week.
Yes.
And I'm looking at that thinking, okay, if I don't have them in hand today, then that's another week that we're piling that on top there. And I'm trying to focus and remember what we did last 2 weeks so we can approve those minutes from 2 weeks ago. And now I'm trying to think about the minutes that we don't have today from last week. So I'm not nitpicking, I'm flat out just pointing out, I don't have a copy of the minutes to look at today.
Yeah, because they're not done. They're not completed all the way, because if I don't go through them and I don't have multiple people going through them, then
Okay, so I wouldn't call that nitpicking, I'd call that me wanting to have business in front of me to get taken care of today.
okay.
That's not nitpicking, that's the way it should happen.
I apologize. I had a lot on my plate last week with elections, and we're trying to teach a new person how to do elections. A lot of that is hands-on, being that it's only August and November of each year, so it's once a year type of deal. So we had,
So my question while you were in here, and I don't know what these guys' thoughts are, I'm wondering, state statute, does that require AP to happen in your office?
yes,
It does.
as far as I remember, yes, on the,
Can you look into that for me, please?
I have looked into that, and the only thing that is required by state statute is that she has to sign off on the voucher expenditure to show that there's adequate cash and budget available.
so.
But the actual
But the
processing
process
of it
itself does not
not.
have to. Okay. And that's
So what's
just
the
me.
purpose
that's-
of, okay, then what are you trying to get at, is what I'm trying to understand.
I think you have your hands full, Kelsey.
Okay, I'm trying to teach people. I'm here till 8 o'clock at night trying to get everything caught up.
Okay, so I think you have your hands full, so that's my purpose of bringing that up with these other two is if.
But
we
it's
can-
supposed to be easier with this new way of doing AP. All we're doing is push and go with AP, sending you the report. So I'm not sure what you're getting at with accounts payable.
Because I want it done and I want it done correctly. The minutes thing, apparently state statute allows you to have that and no one else to be able to take that. So if that's not happening, I'm looking for ways that we can alleviate your office
But you
from
already-
having all those responsibilities to try to help you out.
But you already have. Everybody's entering their own vouchers now, and they're responsible. And from my understanding, the department head is responsible for those AP.
Okay,
Right.
and then the next question I have while you're in here too,
Sure.
on CID accounting, do you have that updated?
I do not.
Okay, so is that something statutorily, that doesn't even have to stay in? the
No,
process?
actually, honestly, I would be more than happy to give that over to Shelley as part of the CID.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
okay.
So, not the financial part, that probably needs to stay with the finance. So that the person in charge of the committee also doesn't have in charge of the money.
Okay,
That's-
okay, I see what you're saying.
You can't have the same person.
So my thoughts are, guys, if we don't know what's in that CID account, if we don't have an accurate accounting of what's happening there, I think we probably need to start looking at a better way to keep track of that as well.
Needs to be balanced when you hand that money.
Well, and so if Shelley's gonna be, because the way I understand it, you have an application or two out there right now,
I do.
and it's pretty tough for the community to do anything if they don't know what's in there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, yes, I mean, There's an estimate of how much, so that's kind of what we've been going on, is just an estimate that Melinda was provided, that it was about 160 or so.
I don't like estimates very well.
I just
So
don't like it.
I kind of look at it and think maybe we need to think about putting, I don't know, the finance director, we don't have anybody yet, but if we get that found, that would be a good.
And that would be a good position for that to be in,
Yeah.
Right,
because they're gonna be looking over all the money anyways,
right.
secondary to the treasurer's
And that's kind of
office.
what I'm thinking on the AP, if they can handle the AP process as well. I mean, that's kind of the person, is that enough separation of duties
Yeah,
to make that work?
yeah, because the clerk's office still has to sign off on the vouchers, and the same way with Richard, same way with the commissioners, so.
And the CID stuff, it's always good to have more eyes than fewer,
Okay. Okay.
especially any kind of financial stuff.
So we can do.
Like I said, this is only once a year type of situation. I know you guys, you've never been in there, you don't understand how hectic it is during election time, but we do have election on top of all the regulars. So normally this isn't gonna be a big deal, but during election week, it is a big deal. Because we're here from 6:30 in the morning on election day till, what, almost 10 o'clock at night?
Which is fine, and I totally get that.
And we've been trying,
But I know years past during election, the minutes were here and I tabted like Thursday or Friday.
Well,
And
that's
so
what I
I
said
know
was-
ever since I've been on here, I've had minutes on here every Thursday. So these are things that you wanted that responsibility.
right,
So that's also knowing that you had all the election responsibility. So if you wanted that responsibility, then to me, it should still happen like clockwork, like it always happened in the past.
well, sorry that it didn't happen this one time, I apologize, I'll make sure and get it in there, I'll email you. I didn't feel like, I figured either way, if I would've sent it to you on Saturday, Friday, Sunday, whatever, I still would've been in here, you still would've been saying the same thing you are now, so I just said, well, I'll just deal with it when they talk about it in the
No, we
meeting.
said, we would have it.
That's why I wouldn't have said, Kelsey, I don't have minutes. That's not a conversation that would have happened, right?
You would've said, I didn't have it early enough. I didn't have time to look it over because I didn't have it early.
I don't know that you've heard
But
that
that's
out of my
fine.
mouth. That is not a comment you've heard out of my mouth since you've been taking minutes.
That's fine, like I said, I'm just expecting that because every time I come in, you're constantly berating me about everything under the sun, so. I can't do anything right by you, so tell me what it is and I will fix it.
Well, today I want the minutes.
Okay,
I'd
I'll
like
get
to
the
see
minutes and I'll
the
email them
minutes.
to you guys.
Okay.
I mean, from what I'm hearing, Commissioner Walsmith is trying to take stuff off your plate because you are swamped.
It is just
And-
during election time and I've got a new person, I'm trying to get her trained.
So-
I have her take the minutes or write the minutes so we have an
So
extra.
don't be too proud to, ask for help.
Oh, I ask for help all the time. I've had registered deeds come over and help. I've had treasurer's office come over and help me, so I'm not too proud to ask. Absolutely not. That's not it. We had a sick kid out, so we had one of ours out on Friday, so I'm just trying to get done what I can with, but also being able to see my family, so.
Okay.
Anything else for me? Well, I'm in here.
AP, no, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you.
AP, there was one deal, must have been the van, I'm sorry, and then we'll get going. There was one question I had on AP. The Road and Bridge sold them a battery?
Oh, yes, so the surplus van that we sold,
Yeah.
it wouldn't start, so I had them put a new battery in.
Okay. So they just, they keep doing this down there and that's all it
No,
is?
so they bought it at Napa on their account, and then
Oh.
you'll see later on a check that I wrote from courthouse
Did you see all that?
to Road and Bridge to reimburse them for the battery.
Okay, that's the only question I had, is to make sure that your funds and stuff were still taken care of and,
Yeah,
okay. Because that's probably where that should have come from, right? And that, if I didn't catch that?
yes, but they have a charge account at Napa, whereas I don't, and so
Gotcha.
they take care of that.
I understand.
The other thing on AP, you might have seen the engineering report for the road issues was 58,000. I don't know where you want to pay that out of. Usually what I've been doing is the legal fees associated with that case, I just pay those out of courthouse because that's where your legal authority line item is, but there's only 15,000 in there.
That's not work.
And so I don't know, I went ahead and put it under legal services just so I can make sure it gets paid, but I don't know if you want to take that out of Road and Bridge or where you want to.
Road and Bridge is sitting okay.
That's kind of where I figured it'd be. You, Jeff?
Yeah, that's fine.
So, Hannah, if you could
Go ahead and
change
finish
that.
before.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I didn't catch that one.
I didn't either.
And who was that vendor?
It was American Engineering Testing, AET. Those
It was-
58
It was one that you entered.
Yeah, okay.
10 instead of on November 4th. Okay, you wanna hold off on AP then for a minute?
I'm fine with it, as long as it comes out of the road and bridge. They should have money set back.
Okay, so AP is $118,687.98. Can I get a motion for that? All in favor? Jeff made that motion, by the way.
Thank you.
And employee benefits, looks like a total of $79,489.18. All in favor? Aye. And I'm finished, I guess. Jennifer, you're first. You wanna come on up, please?
Darren, was that you that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, that 58,000, that, do you have the courthouse to start with?
I took it out of the courthouse to start with, but then I just entered it for that line item so that it would have a placeholder, I guess is what I'm
I
saying.
missed it. That's why I'm reading this.
How are you, Jennifer?
I'm good.
Good.
So it's my KDOT grant time, and so I think Melinda gave you a copy of our, I need a letter of support from commissioners that say I'm authorized to sign our grant documents and all that good stuff.
Yep,
Do you
I
want
saw
this,
that.
or do you have a printout?
I have it on here. Which one do I need?
I just need you, this is the letter that Melinda put out, which is the same thing we had last year.
And that's
It's
what
the
you
same.
need the signature on, is that one?
Yeah. Sorry, I curled my edge there.
Did you? Well, that's all right. You guys see this?
I did.
So you guys haven't ever been through this, so every November we put through a grant for our operating administrative expenses for our public transportation. This year we will be doing, I double checked with finance to make sure we're good on matching funds, trying to, I really miss having that minivan. So we're gonna try to, we have plenty of matching funds, but try and replace that minivan. We got that big old bus that's great,
Yeah,
the
it's
12
nice.
passenger, but
Yeah.
I mean, it gets 12 miles to the gallon, and with gas expenses and everything going up, I've actually already had to change out the windshield in it because it had, we got pits and then it turned into a crack already. We've had it since February. So, which I don't mind, I don't mind putting the miles on it, but KDOT pays 80%. Yeah. So anyway, just so you know, our grant is typically 80, 20 match, county matches 20%. CARES has taken care of a lot of that program in the last year and a half and will continue through January. So this is our fiscal 23, so it would be starting next October is what my grant round's for. So.
And you're gonna try to get a grant for your minivan or?
Yeah, so they will let you do capital expenses, and it's the same 20% match for the county. So it will be a handicap accessible van. So it is a wheelchair accessible van. So it is different than what we have right now. It has the low floor, and they can actually wheel in.
It looked a little different. They're like jacked up or something.
Yeah, because it's kind of got a lot.
Well,
Well, we have a lot of people that we take to Wichita, and sometimes it's just a single trip, and we're taking that big 9-passenger vehicle.
Yeah.
And
I think it'd be more beneficial than the 9-passenger.
yeah, and the van we have has 267,000 miles on it, which tells you how much we've used it since it's 10 years old. Doing those kinds of long distance, when you have 1 or 2 people, we have a couple of gentlemen, a couple people that we take to the VA that are in a scooter, and they would still be able to go in the van. Right now, we have other vehicles that we have to take, so.
Yeah. And gas prices this winter could get out of
Oh my
control,
goodness.
so-
Yeah,
And
I
that's
actually
everybody.
haven't done my budget
How long
for
do
it
you
yet,
need
trying
that
to figure
vehicle?
out.
The non-passenger.
Really, it's just when we need to space people out, but because it doesn't have a wheelchair ramp in it, we tend to not use it locally as much. We try to use the minibuses. We try not to take the minibuses out of county unless we're taking 2 wheelchairs, and then we have to take it because none of our other vehicles can fit 2 wheelchairs unless somebody can transfer to a seat. We can fold up the wheelchair. So,
Trying to get something smaller for you.
but
Drive
just
that big bus around.
we kind of tried to space those out, and I just still think that's it's worth what it'll actually cost the county, which is a fairly small amount. So doesn't mean that they'll approve it, but it's at least worth throwing it out there and seeing if we can get one. Would be nice. And then we would
Like just drivability would be a huge benefit for your drivers.
Oh yeah, you should. And when you're driving that thing, it's taller. They made you put an extra extension on it, And those windy days last week, I mean, I just kept telling drivers, be careful when you're coming home, because it's with those trash trucks and
And you
stuff,
meet
and so many
trash trucks for
semis,
sure,
oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Those were kind of scary. A week or
kind of
two
a
ago when I
beast.
called you, they were kind of scary that day.
Tanya had to take the minibus to Wichita to get our lift, just routine maintenance on it and get a couple things looked at. And, I mean, she had one guy in that big old honking minibus, but we can't do it anywhere. We have to take it to Kansas Truck. And I just told her, I said, be careful. And she was like, it was a pretty rough drive, you know. I've done that before. And I told the guy, I said, I'm sorry, you know. I hope you're not getting car sick.
All right, guys, well, this is a letter for Jason, so you know what it is. It's a letter of support for the USC 49-5311 operating grant for the Harper County Public Transportation Services for KDOT fiscal year 2023. So, need a motion to sign that?
Salute.
All in favor?
Aye.
Brian, I also need to ask if I can fit in here, Michelle and I were talking about our Attica Senior Center, our bank account. You guys had authorized for her to update our, because I wasn't on the signature for it, and she wasn't on the signature for it. Ramona was the only person that was still around that was still in the signature. So Ramona has retired. We do have somebody that is hired that is starting Monday next week. And so I just need to the approval to get her on that signature card. And the only thing the only money that comes out of that account is month-end donations towards the meal. So I give her essentially an invoice, and then she has Heartland Bank send me a cashier's check for that amount to put back into our project income. So I just need the that Michelle can get.
Do you need a motion for that?
Swingle. She just said she needs it in the minutes.
Okay, mine says
Okay.
yes. So
Okay.
so move. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
And who did you hire? Did you say that yet?
Well, we haven't told them yet, but minutes won't come out until next week, so I think it's okay. Shannon Swingle?
It's online.
Okay. Is it online?
Live.
No, the
Oh,
internet's
you're
not.
right, yeah. Well, she's starting Monday, but
Okay.
yeah, she's giving notice.
Cool.
So Shannon, yeah.
Good.
She's really excited about it.
Good.
And I'm excited to have
Perfect.
somebody there.
Yeah, glad to hear that.
Okay. See you,
Thanks,
folks.
Jennifer. Christina, how are you? Good. By the way, I still think that yoga kid downstairs is kind of a neat thing.
Yeah,
I think he enjoyed it.
Yeah. Yeah, he was pretty talkative. I mean, he was on with the computers looking at stuff. I thought that.
oh, he's been messaging me nonstop.
Has he really?
Oh.
He may want to come up here and work someday. You never know. We all may be around. Of course, he's pretty young, but it'd be kind of neat to see him. We got somebody hired from a deal like that.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
So the only updates I have for you is our new hire started down there today. So that puts us fully staffed. And we had the exercise last Monday night for the tornado out of Chaparral. And everybody said it went really well, and we didn't see any major problems except, of course, interoperability with the radios, which has been an ongoing issue. Because you have law on 800 and you have the other two on 400, and you've got one dispatcher working 3 channels simultaneously, and it's
That
a
needs to
nightmare.
come in one point somewhere.
Do what?
That needs to be resolved at some point somewhere. Everybody needs to be on the same, I don't care what channel it is, just everybody needs to be on the same frequency.
That was something that was brought up in the hot wash of the exercise, is having an event channel that everybody can be on together, but that was not met with a good reception.
Was that something we put in the capital improvement one, or that radios anywhere in there?
No.
You definitely need to get them.
Well, it's beyond just our problem. It's the city's.
Yeah, city, I mean, we're forcing cities to do stuff too, but somewhere we all get together and get everyone the same deal.
But I hate to be the reason why we're asking the
I agree.
cities to spend that kind of money. And
I mean, we need to go back that way.
Well,
Whatever we get to do so we can get us.
that's what the cities have that. They've had that for. That's what they've got. And
City of Anthony actually does have 800 in their fire trucks. They've already installed them. They're there and they use them.
but Harper does. And neither does that, do they?
I think the biggest issue is that the sheriff's department can't, when they get outside of town, they can't, the 400 don't reach as far.
Right.
So they have nothing.
400s actually reach further than 800s, but your clarity is gone.
It's just like the old digital TV transition. You know, we lost all of our TV channels once they did that. We could at least watch it before that. That's kind of 400 and 800 difference.
So, I mean, it doesn't do the sheriff's department any good.
No, because they can't, once, especially in Attica, once they get out on the west side, you can't hear them at all.
And was that a government deal? Federal government did that to us?
Yes, the FCC actually put the spectrum that Can Okla was on up for auction, and little guys like Can Okla couldn't afford it, and so it actually sold to Verizon for millions. And I actually just got an email from the Lieutenant Governor's office, Stan Adams, who's the Office of Broadband with the Department of Commerce. I'm going to try and visit with him this afternoon, because when I called them when this first happened, I talked to Jill Keeney over at Can Okla, and I said, I'm calling the state, and I did, and the next day she got a call, and I've even got Moran's office on it, because it's, you know, if the FCC is doing that, that's not right.
But does that have anything to do with the radio frequencies then too?
I'm not sure if it does or not, but it's the, you know, it's all the towers and everything out there, and the bullies, the big guys are kind of bullying the little guys, and I don't think that's right. I just got an email from a guy that's with, he's with a broadband group, but anyway, but I'll find out, I can find out if that affects them.
Because that'd be another example of.
There's gotta be a resolution, because I can see you have a problem. You're talking 3 different radios, or maybe trying to coordinate all that stuff.
3 channels, 1 dispatcher, and they got the phones on top of that, so you're talking 4 things they're listening to
And you
simultaneously.
have a new dispatcher just trying to figure things out.
Yikes.
Yeah, it gets hairy. When we have a big event, it's hairy, because you've got law on one channel, you've got fire on another, and EMS on another. Which, in normal situations, that's okay, because they're typically not talking all at the same time. But even an injury accident, you've got all 3 disciplines responding, they're all 3 talking at the same time. And you, even with the recorder, you can't separate it, because they're talking over each other, it records over each other. So, yeah, it's an issue that we definitely have to
resolution or something like that.
I think I'd like to reach out to another, we usually use mobile radio, but there's another radio company in Wichita I'd like to reach out to and see if they have any solutions for us.
I can't remember, we're working on the remodel.
We are holding until Hazel's can do that work. And we're still on their waiting list.
But Bruce Fisher's got the contract done? I mean, he's got the job.
He's waiting until we get approval. And I have to give him word whether or not we're approved. Because right now we're pushed out till March at least, as it is right now. Wait, they're waiting.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just kind of in a holding pattern on that, waiting on Hazel.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Hey, question for you, this IPPW survey. So I see you had 3 responses. Was that something I was supposed to do, or the board was supposed to give you some sort of a response on that?
That's on the LAPC.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I don't know that I could offer you a whole lot on that.
The IPPW is integrated planning preparedness. It replaces the TEPW, because, you know, we love our acronyms, which was the exercise planning workshop that you did every year. But this is supposed to be more in-depth, where you actually do not just exercises, you do have planning committees and all of that. It's a lot more involved.
Okay, well, when I saw that and you'd only had 3 responses, I thought, well, shoot, Chris, if I messed that up, I'm sorry.
I think that probably one of the first meetings we need to have is just get everybody and explain what these are.
Probably.
So when I send them out, everybody's not like, yeah, I don't know if that's me or not.
We get a lot of AGTs and AECs.
I had no clue. Did you know what that was when she sent that out? That
I can
IPP?
send you a whole list of our acronyms if you'd like that.
Might be good, because trying to cipher all, because everybody's got their, every department's got their own acronym, you're trying to keep up with everybody.
Well, I just want to say I'm sorry. If I was supposed to fill that out, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
No, I'm just waiting on LEPC, but
Okay.
I went ahead and filled one out. I've got it set up. That is part of our requirement for our EMPG grant. I have to turn in a.
So there you go.
One of those.
I have to turn one in
Emergency
every.
management program something.
Mhm.
It almost is comical.
Yeah, it is.
You know how many of them we hear in a day?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm just
Yep.
making sure.
I'm just trying to keep you on your toes. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's better to do, right?
Nice work, Chris. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. We're good by about 15.
Okay.
Yep.
I think you did.
Matt, are you ready? What do you want?
Well, after he gets done, we need a physical approval.
Okay, come on, Matt.
So,
Matt may take a good half hour.
I have an ISA here for you.
Yes, you do.
Inordinate spending amount.
Oh, there you go. Sure.
So,
Did you send this to us, by chance, or not?
yeah, I think Jackie had sent it to Belinda, and you got the packet.
It's
for
RI
the
contract.
ESRI,
Yes.
which is Esri, don't ask me what that stands for, it's just Esri Incorporated. That's basically our computer software that allows us to create maps. It doesn't have anything to do with the online maps, other than we use the information that the online map people provide to put back into this program to make maps for people.
It was like
It's-
$10.35 is the price.
It's, well, yes, but it's actually $1,000, because $35 of that
Tax.
is taxes, and we'll send the form back that we're exempt plus our certificate. So it's $1,000. It's reoccurring, it's in the budget, it's been there every year. So,
Need a motion for that one, guys, to spend $1,000 on the ESRI contract, 2022 contract.
Oh my God.
All in favor?
got one?
And these maps are on,
They're what we use to produce and print maps for people.
You can go up there and.
Yeah, you can go up there and say, hey, I need a map of where the electrical lines are in the county, and we'll try to gather the data. If we've got the data, it's pretty easy and simple to use. If we have to go out and find it like on the state website, we can bring it in, integrate it into this program, and produce that type of stuff for people.
What's it costing you to do wall map now?
Depending on the size,
Yeah,
and depending if it's colored or just lines, if you want like the, what do I call it, I can't think of the term, topography, yeah, that type of background, it will charge more because there's more colored ink involved.
Okay.
They go anywhere from like $12 up to 40 some.
That's still pretty cheap.
Yeah. But we can always look at raising that. I mean,
Shouldn't say
we've got
that.
control of that, so.
No, you're doing good. Thanks.
And the other thing I got that I just received Friday, that's not on there, this is from the Kansas Counties Appraisers Association, or KCAA. Acronyms, man. I try to give you the actual terms along with the acronyms, but what this is for our Orion software, you can do updates. Lots of times the state will submit updates through our Orion conference, which is just getting ready to come up next month, I believe. KCAA conference is tomorrow and the next day, which would be Wednesday. What the KCAA does is they're more designed, our updates are more designed to be user-friendly for the appraisers from all the counties across the state would like to see. And they're like, we submit these updates, and they request 10 cents a parcel. Their funds are being depleted because it costs them to make the updates. So their funds are being depleted, and they're asking for 10 cents a parcel. It's 7,237 parcels in the county for a total of $723.70 if I can read it upside down. I've never gotten a request like this before. I know they have in the past. I didn't go back and look, but I asked, and Deb's like, yeah, Lori got one a few years back. So you know how long it's been since Lori's been there. It's not an every year deal. We do not have a specific area in the budget for this type of request, although I looked at some numbers, like in our dues and registration, we've budgeted $2,500. We're paid out $698 to this point. Contractual, those line items in that area, we did $36,100. Year to date, we spent $18,934. So for the remainder of the year, we got $17,000 left in there, and we used, that's 52.54%. So there's money that could come from line items and get put towards it. If we don't pay it, it's most small counties don't. It just leaves less. And this is something, and I can't tell you what enhancements they've made in the past, or recommended in the past, because I've been trying to not go to these meetings and save some money. But I think in the coming years, I want to start getting into the KCAA more and get in on that enhancement committee, at least be part of it, so I can be part of the decisions on what we're upgrading and where the money's going. But yeah, no, it's not.
So if you don't pay it, what's
nothing. And that's what the point I want to make to you guys. I don't think it's that important not to pay it this time.
I hate playing that way though.
I do.
What's
I'm a deal like that.
What's the benefit? I mean, what?
The benefit is that they will make enhancements that increases our productivity. Instead of going through 2 or 3 clicks to get someplace in our program, they'll be like, hey, can we put an access button here? It's a 1-click deal. One of the things I think they've done is they have, and I'm not for sure if they did it or the state did, but one of the enhancements, we always used to have diagrams of our properties on our PRCs that were little bitty, probably about like this on a piece of paper. They might look, that's the area on the piece of paper they had for it. So you're putting the house in there and everything, a diagram. Makes the numbers really hard to read.
That's the measurements of the house,
right? One of the enhancements that either KCAA recommended, I think it was KCAA, was that they switched the program where we could take this and blow it up to a whole page and print that whole page, so when we go out, we have a big diagram, we can see those numbers
And you
on
just
the
have to
full
double
page.
check to make sure. You may not
Yeah.
have to measure them again if nothing's changed.
Right, yes, but it's, if you're looking at a deal like this and it's got numbers wrote in there and some of them get overlapping and they kind of condense everything, you get them out on a full page, the numbers will separate and you can see it better. It's just...
It keeps you from having to measure all that stuff again, right? I mean, is that...
No, well, yeah, because if we couldn't recognize the numbers, we'd have to measure it and write it in. So yes, in an instance it does, but if we go out on property and we can see that it's not changed, we're just gonna circle the numbers, yeah. It's that type of enhancements like that. That would be. Like I said, most of your big counties are gonna pay, and it says if you're unable to pay the full amount requested or wish to contribute more as needed, contact them and they'll send you an updated invoice, so. I can just contact them.
So you don't have that in your budget, that would be something that we would.
It's not in the budget, but I have money in the budget in other areas that could pay that.
So were you gonna move any of that money to next year? Was that something that he...
The only usually thing that we move forward is for the vehicle fund.
And that's taken care of?
That's taken care of now.
So basically, anything left in his budget will roll over and be his starting cash for next year.
So do you think that's something you want to do? I mean, sounds pretty beneficial to me, but.
How's his cash?
Good.
So he wouldn't need to necessarily carry all that over to
Right.
keep...
I don't think Darren's, I mean, he's the one that should make the decision.
It's one of those deals, how do you want your counties to look amongst other counties and other states?
Well, I guess that's like...
We got rid of that one, we got rid of that one group, we got rid of that.
I think tell my kids, I don't care what you think.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, I know it's not an every year deal. $723.70 in the grand scheme of things. We got 17 in the contractual portion of the budget. So we've done real good this year keeping our budget down. I've not been going to conferences, haven't been traveling here and there. So even our travel expenses, I think we're in the 20%.
I'm gonna give you Brian's speech. If you think it's something you think is gonna benefit you, you're the one.
I think that's what I just said.
Well, Jeff didn't say it right.
Okay.
You need to clean your ears.
I mean, it is under the 1,000, but I want discussion with you guys to get your opinion on it, because for me, I'm neither here
I
nor
mean, we
there.
got rid of that one, we got rid of the acronym KCA.
Mhm.
So,
I'm not gonna be limited to going to their events if we don't pay this, I'll say that.
You just do the red-headed step.
Yeah, it's not a fee, admittance fee or anything, so, membership fee, that's what I'm looking for. So,
If you act like a 4 county, people are gonna perceive you as a 4 non-contributing county.
good point.
What?
what do you wanna do?
I think it's up to him, but I think
I agree with that.
Okay.
I think whatever.
If you think you need it, we'll move it, I'm okay.
Because in the end, he's one of those go to these meetings and they look at him and go, man.
I don't know, I don't even know if that's
That
right
right
now.
now.
He doesn't, he's under $1,000.
Yeah, no motion. That's all I got, guys. Okay, thanks for your time.
Thank you, man.
Still 15 minutes ahead.
Yeah. See you, Matt.
Yep. Have a good day, Derek.
5 minutes.
You want Amy in here?
No, Jimmy here.
What is it for?
None, I'm trying like it.
Okay. Darren is making a motion to go in executive session. You sure you want just like 5 minutes?
All I need is 5 minutes, it'll take 5 minutes.
Okay, he wants to go in executive session, subject to be discussed with personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters with non-elected personnel. The open meeting will resume in this room at 9:47? No, 9:48.
No, that was Thursday, right?
9:48. Sorry, Hannah.
No, you're fine.
What
It
day
changed
was
too
it?
fast for me.
All in favor? Aye. Right, 9:48?
We'll take it.
Better push the button there.
Yeah.
Should recess just being.
Huh?
Ron said, just find out, maybe they can find out what one of them are, I'd be curious.
One or two, maybe, just to see if they're the same type of thing.
It's gonna tell us here in a minute, because I'm gonna show it to you.
So Mike's not here today to show me.
But I'm gonna,
You can ask them what those are.
Yeah.
Okay.
that was,
Greg, how are you?
All right, how are you
that's
guys?
okay.
Hey, Greg.
Hello.
You wanna come on up?
Oh,
We're running ahead.
Well, heck yeah, we're running ahead, we're fishing. Once in every 3 months.
I don't, you guys evidently.
Yeah, we got, I see this one.
Okay, well.
You
got
copy them all.
yours. You're free to spare if you want.
Hey, good.
All right, how are you?
Me and you had meetings. Everything's going great.
Well, hurry up. No.
Please.
No, I understand. I understand. So you guys think you might be interested in.
I just wanted to come, I wanted to have you come in, I just want to visit with you a little bit about
Okay,
it.
that's-
Because last time Dave was in here, you know, it's a question on how much spraying you want, they reckon how much spraying you're gonna want, and where at, how much.
Yeah, naturally the big one is the Johnson grass. And then mustard soil, and then bindweed. Other than that, that's about the size of what we're after. So,
Because I know the gentleman you had hired last time, I mean, they sprayed down the road, but they washed my car a couple times. I don't know how,
really?
are we gonna have to get off the highway? I mean, there's a lot of questions. Dave had a lot of questions. These guys had several questions too. I mean,
Yeah, that,
because you got some big right of ways out there that we can't reach this from the highway.
yeah, that then in that aspect, then yes, you either have to hose it or you'd have to get off the right of way some.
Okay.
Unless you've got a mule or something that you guys can do that way.
Because I know, like I said, the last gentleman you had, they didn't, you know, they just let her fly.
And I wish somebody would tell me that.
I did that.
Huh?
It's a little late now.
Well, yeah, that's what laid down, because they was let go of their job. But yeah, that's,
It has to, yeah, we'd have to cover the whole right of way then. I mean,
Down
Preferably,
yeah.
yes. Well, now I don't expect you to get under bridges, no. We'll take care of anything, just the right of way. You don't have to get under bridges or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, no. That's, no, we take care of it. We shoot all the guardrails, don't have to do any guardrails. None of that, we take care of that.
How many total miles is that for your jurisdiction?
I was afraid you'd ask something like
just the estimate.
that. Lane miles, 150.
Take that times two, no? You're talking just the right of way, 152 miles, right?
Yes, yes, yeah, that's lane,
Okay.
that's, and I will make sure on that, and I'll let you guys know. I think it's around 150, 160 lane miles.
And that's one application, one time over?
As it's needed. That would be up to you guys to decide as it's needed. If you shoot it, you don't get it, you need to go back, you go back. There's no, on this thing, their contract, it's pretty simple. They just want to know how much per hour per man, what the cost per hour or mile that you're charging for the vehicle, if you have more than one guy, if you have mules or any other equipment, trailers, whatever, what you charge for each one of those, and then the material, or the materials, as you use it, you just charge it for it. This is not a bid, so many dollars for the year.
Right.
So,
Let's say we have to buy a mule or whatever, so we charge you so much an hour
for the mule, yep,
So,
yep, whatever you say it's worth.
okay.
So,
Essentially, you're about to try to cover the cost for equipment and the mechanic and maybe
yes.
not first year, but whatever.
Well, yes, we want you guys, if you guys lose money doing this, it's because you guys, because it's a wide open ball game. So,
Okay.
I'm not trying to be rude or anything. Dixon, my superintendent, my boss, He would love to see the money stay in Harper County, but if you guys can't do it or don't wanna do it, he also understands that. I just assume the money stayed here.
I think our biggest issue is gonna get people employed to make that happen. David, what do you think?
Yes, we charge $100 an hour when we go spray someone's property.
It may not be enough.
Right, in
You guys need to figure
2014, the county sprayed their KDOT right away. They charge us $25 an hour for the operator, $70 an hour for the equipment. So that comes in $95 an hour back in 2014.
Yeah, that's not, I can tell you that ain't enough.
No.
And I would probably guess you're looking at anywhere
I'll
from,
tell you more.
I would guess you're looking anywhere from, if you have to spray it to keep it under control from like May to the end of October, you're looking at 600 to 1,000 hours. I would guess.
To cover that.
For that many miles and acres of right-of-way.
Is that a whole person that we'd have to hire to just take care
I
of
would say you need 3.
it? To do the state highways alone?
You'll need someone to spot up ahead for traffic control. You'll need someone in a nurse truck to haul the chemical out there, and then you'll need someone to do it.
Some guys didn't have anybody at all, what they're supposed to, but they didn't.
No, and that's an optional deal for you guys, but they haven't, in the past, they have not done that.
See, and that's one thing I do think about is when a lot of times when you guys are out doing something, you'll have a truck behind you.
And
A lot of times, anyway, not every
yeah,
time.
so that's usually that does not happen unless we're actually physically working on the highway.
People out of the vehicle.
Yes, yeah, working on the highway. We may have a moving work zone, and there'll be an attenuator and some flaggers doing that, but that's because we're actually physically working on the highway. So,
When's this bid have to be in?
they really would like to have it by the end of the month, first of next month.
Okay.
So, and I could, if you're interested in it, I can bump it. I know I can. I can buy you some more time if you're interested. If you're not, then I totally understand, but I was not impressed with last year's spraying.
I wouldn't either.
I think on the other side too, for the county liability, that's kind of like you said, getting sprayed driving by there.
Well, this is the day that we shouldn't spray.
I know, but that puts him out in the public eye even more. And he can drive down the county road, he doesn't have the eyes watching stuff. But as soon as he gets on that state highway, you know as good as anybody, Greg, how many eyeballs are watching everything he does.
Oh, they're watching everything we do.
Well, I know, and so then all of a sudden we're connected to that. And the tree dies somewhere that somebody's grandma planted way back when in that right of way.
Well, if it's in the right of way,
It's too late.
it's too late. Sorry.
I know, but you know
Grandma's
that
trees.
one between Hutch and Wichita that everybody always watched forever, I don't know what it is, you may have not ever traveled that highway between Hutch and Wichita, but there was this tree that everybody just loved and ended up dying, and that's why I lived up that way, and everybody just was horrible to deal with. I'm just saying that there's a lot of eyeballs that watch when we're not just on a county road. And I also worry about public safety as far as our people. That's my number one concern, David, is.
Right, and when I'm going down even a county highway, if I'm going up a hill, there could be someone.
Well, we lost a guy. And were you working for us when we lost a guy spraying the roads?
Yeah.
And I mean, in the end, I don't know whose fault it was, but it doesn't matter whose fault it is.
Still gone.
Exactly. And I've told you before, I don't ever want to see that again while I'm on this commission, because that's.
What that was,
You what?
what that was, he was going around the corner, and so much of the time you're paying attention to what you're doing, and you're not, whoops.
Right, and so you have one man in a vehicle, one person in a vehicle spraying, paying attention on the main highway like that.
Right.
It's a little bit different.
And like on East 44, there's some pretty sharp hills.
And you're watching how far you're shooting, you're spraying with somebody's tomato vines, and so I have some, you know what I mean, Greg. It didn't take very long and you killed somebody. Those are my concerns.
Well, it's worse today because of these.
Oh yeah, pictures everywhere.
No, I mean, people texting,
Oh, yeah.
painting the roadway.
You brought up about the gator spraying or whatever he used, but these 100-foot wide right-of-ways, we don't have the equipment to spray them. And you're
What?
looking at something to spray it with. You can't spot spray 100-foot wide right-of-way. And the Johnson grass has gotten so bad The spot spraying really is out as far as I can see it.
How far will your boom reach out there?
15 feet,
That's off the go.
because it just covers the county ditch.
So we wouldn't even have the equipment.
We don't
What
have
if
the
they use
equipment
to
to
spray
do it.
out that far?
Oh, they got a 60-foot boom, which covers most of everything we've got.
So we'd have to
But,
gear up with different equipment and all that.
Yeah,
guys-
guys, equipment anyways, you never pick up what it is.
The DBI or whatever it was we had before, they had a 15, 20-foot boom, but they didn't spray anything. They just drove around and charged the state for it. They literally did nothing. At least these guys shot something. It might have been water, but they shot it.
Well, I think we need to look into what it's gonna cost us first. So we've got our hands full to figure out what it's actually gonna cost us first.
No, and I understand that totally.
Vehicles and manpower and that type of stuff.
Yeah, I understand totally.
Not saying I wanna turn away from the money, cause I think.
No,
I think we
and
can
that,
look at it.
and that is definitely, I'd like for you guys to have it, so my superintendent, but if you guys don't want it or can't do it, I totally understand.
But we've got some obstacles to overcome, and in the end, he's department head, so I wanna trust what David tells us, because that's why we've got him in place.
I'm pushing myself for us to take it over and do it ourselves, but we got enough manpower.
And you'll have trouble hiring just like we would.
You know, like we got the sprayer, but
You have all your positions filled right now? Because you stole them from us. Right, Greg?
well, one of them.
Yeah.
It ain't my fault, I didn't steal them,
So
he came to me.
So, how many years are you looking at? Because if we, okay, let's say if you guys are trying to get into it, we gear up for this and then they say.
We ain't gonna do it. My supervisor, my
Okay.
superintendent, he's gonna fight it
Okay.
for us doing it, because we ain't got the manpower. We don't want it, I don't want it. If somebody will take it and actually physically do something.
So it's a year-to-year contract.
Yeah, it's a year-to-year contract, but once you're in, well, I say it's year-to-year, actually it is not. The state can break it if there's reasons to break the contract, but it actually is a 5-year optional to you. After 1 year, if you don't want it, you don't have to take it.
Okay.
You'll do this every year. So
So if we need to change numbers or whatever, we can do that, but.
every year, yeah, by all means, every year. But don't cut yourself, if you're gonna do it, don't cut yourself short. Because I'm thinking that Sumner County, whoever's spraying over there, I think it is their county? I know it is, I know it was anyway.
I don't know who's spraying their stuff, but.
It wasn't a county, but they're at like $140, $150 an hour. And I can find out what it was last year.
Well, you gotta cover the labor, cover the fuel, cover the equipment, cover the insurance.
Insurance,
And then a
everything.
big, hiring ain't gonna do it.
No, 100 ain't gonna get it, but I wouldn't expect 100 to do it. $25 an hour for a man don't sound like enough to me, but
I would also question what's your limit on what you're wanting to pay, because like that $150 an hour and there's 600 hours, you know, that's willing to pay that much.
If it takes 600 hours, it takes 600.
there's not a limit.
Is there?
No, there's not a limit.
The state just, they just print more, that's how it is.
Kinda like
Well, some years,
government.
you're gonna have no rain, some years you're gonna have rain, you gotta spray it 3 times, and like the drought, you may spray it once. I mean,
There was days this last year, lots of days they could have been spraying and didn't. And then there was days that they sprayed and they shouldn't, and that I shut them down. You know, that, which I did appreciate the fact if there was wheat, when wheat was, they wouldn't spray. Some of our worst spots, they wouldn't spray. That's fine. I don't want you killing nothing. So, but, you know, it's up to you guys, and I can find out, I'll find out some more information to be more set firm in what I'm telling you.
okay.
So.
If you don't mind me asking, why doesn't your supervisor want you guys to?
We don't have the manpower.
I mean, if you hire the manpower.
Well,
He
you're
just-
gonna have to talk to the governor.
No.
The man, the one in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave?
One other thing we have to keep in mind is it's gonna take away from us spraying the county ditches if we don't have manpower. We have to take the manpower we have
that's
now,
what we're gonna
put it
have.
on the state, and we don't have the rural property owners, you know, support the noxious weed program.
And that's, see, in my mind, it's
That's
gonna
a
have to be
big
above and
problem.
beyond what you're currently doing, so it's gonna have to be more people and more equipment, in my mind. It's not gonna be what we currently have, it's
And my
gonna
concern is if you agree to do that, sign a contract, and you can't do it, you'd have to contract it out to get your contract fulfilled for the state.
He said,
You just don't, if you can't handle it, you can't do it, you just quit. This is, I will find out definitely on that, but there's no, they just wanna know what you're gonna charge. It's kind of an awful wall,
but Dave, I want you to be comfortable with it, so I don't know if you wanna visit with Greg a little bit. You're not at
I don't
all.
wanna do it.
yeah,
You don't even wanna look into it.
he had came out and talked to me a month
You know,
ago, something like that.
Most of the ditches like Highway 44 I'm used to, simple. But you know, you turn up here to the 6 Mile Corner and go to Attica, that's a pretty wide ditch.
And west of
And
Anthony.
trying to get the equipment on the slope to do it and all, and right west of Anthony here, you know, it's pretty mean ditch.
Well, those guys they was running off the road on like 160 where it's wide enough, they was getting off the road, but that's whatever they wanted to do.
Well, the thing is,
That's totally up to you guys.
they would have equipment to do that, but what would the equipment cost the county to do it?
I don't know, that was a brand new rig that he had last year.
See, that's what I'm saying,
I don't
David.
know.
Could you look into it a little bit, and just kind of tell us what kind of equipment you think it would take? And here's the deal, I want it to be as safe as possible that we could do. If there's any risk at all of us losing a person, I won't go off on it,
I want everybody to come to work, I don't care who it is, I want everybody to go home.
you know.
That's all I want.
Join Bolton.
And I think you had an idea of maybe it would take several more people to make that work safely.
I don't know about the rest of the highway, but I know East 44, you know, there's some pretty steep hills. You come up over there, there's a deer standing in front, and you don't have any time to react to that. And if there's
Or somebody coming over hill not paying attention.
right, on their phone or whatever, but, you know, I ran into that county. I go up some hills and I think, I hope nobody's coming toward me.
So to me, you're gonna have to sell it to him, it sounds like first. To get my vote to do it, David's gonna have to do it.
Well, unless we hire more help out there, you know, I'm the one-man show here.
See, that's what I'm saying, David,
Yeah.
you make it, if we're gonna look at doing it, it has to be something that you're behind.
And we didn't get the county ditches sprayed this year because I was by myself, basically, you know.
We're gonna need more people.
And it's big enough job just trying to spray the county ditches. Okay,
We need more people. So, I know you're not behind it, but is there a way that you could look into it
I could look into
and make it to something you'd be behind?
maybe.
Maybe? Pie in the sky type of stuff? I want happy employees. I want happy employees.
Getting people to go to work's the biggest thing.
Yeah, happy employees.
The biggest thing, we don't have the money in the budget either to do that.
Well, that's what I was gonna ask.
You know, my budget got cut 50% for this year.
That's what I was gonna ask this calendar.
Went from 1.5 something down to 0.9. And I'm also looking at probably have to cut out cost share. Not just weed law says that above 1.5 mil, we can cost share. I knew that, we don't have to, but you know, $40,000 in the chemical budget, I'll be getting back 30,000 if I sell it. So,
Melinda, how would we make that work if we,
You'd have to amend the budget.
that's a neat deal.
Well, basically, you would show the increase in cost and the increase in revenue, so it shouldn't affect your mill levy.
Offset itself.
Yeah.
David, can you get with Greg and kind of hash that out and figure out what you think you'd need to make that work to make you happy with it?
if he's familiar with what kind of equipment has been used in the past to spray those kind of ditches, then yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
'Cause I
Are you
don't
okay with
know.
that, Jeff? You okay with that if David starts?
And what they would accept, you know, Johnson grass way over there, can we just spray from the road clear out there and kill everything in between, or does he just want that Johnson grass killed and not the grass?
Well, that's the state highway deal. They're not gonna want dead grass, like, we're okay with that.
Right.
Plateau was what they used this last year, finally got them to use it, but it was too late. But yes, it does kill some of the grass, the native grass, but that's not near as big a deal as, the Johnson
Your
grass.
last guys were
You
killing
know,
that.
They killed everything.
Yeah, but when that Johnson grass is already making the seed, I mean,
It's too late.
It's too late.
It might as well. it's-
Right.
And not necessarily.
now bindweed, no, but Johnson grass,
Well,
you're talking about thousands of seeds
You won't
those
do
days.
anything to the seed, but you hope that the chemical will get in the tissue and go down to the roots and kill the roots for next year.
Yeah.
And seedling Johnson grass is easier to kill than established
That stuff with the big roots all over in there.
for the next summer.
Okay. So we've got about 30 days
You just,
ish.
you just let me know, because like I said, I can hold them off for a while. The first of the year, they're definitely gonna wanna know. I know they're.
Let's get some numbers around that, see what we got going on.
David, can you do that for us, please? Thank you, David.
And if you have questions or anything, you can see me.
So that's a pretty big,
I mean-
what kind of equipment they use in the past.
And like I said, you guys just don't want it.
Oh,
Nobody's
I'm
pushing it. To answer your question.
You just fill in the blanks with whatever you
The
want.
governor
Whatever.
only allows so many
Please.
employees to be
Kill.
for basically at the lane mile, and we're full of what we got, and it ain't enough.
You only need so many people. You got so many miles. Do I have 2 miles somewhere?
Well, the way it is, Sumner County is looking, trying to get us to come and help snow and ice. We can't keep up with what we got. So they've only got 4 employees, and I think they were supposed to have a total of 8.
Well,
I will say kudos to you. I heard from a lot of people from Sedgwick and Sumner County when
They hit this line.
Yeah, they're like, how come Harper County's highways are always cleared?
I was here that too.
Yeah.
Here a few years ago, we got smacked on by KTV or Channel 12 or something, because from Violin to Wichita was horrible, and they were shooting it towards us. That didn't last long. I took care of that.
Wasn't
We
it?
stopped at Viola.
Yep.
The rest of that, which that's a class 1 road for us, that's a class 2 for Wichita, so that don't.
gate ain't top priority.
But
Thank you, Greg.
You're
Appreciate your time.
You're
Greg.
welcome.
It's good to
And
see you.
Thank you, Greg.
While you guys are looking at stuff over, maybe and deciding what you want to do, I will find out more definite answers, like
What
if
they're
you
doing in
guys.
Sumner.
Huh?
What they're making in Sumner, maybe.
Yeah, I can find that out, not a problem.
Okay.
I can find out what was charged this last year too.
Okay. We appreciate it, David. We can maybe hash
So
that
that's
out.
one,
Thank you, Greg.
you're welcome, thank you guys.
Thanks, David. Thanks, David. Appreciate you coming in.
I agree, thanks.
You're welcome, we'll see you later.
Sheena, you're up.
Well,
Oh,
there are other factors on this, I think, too, and we don't.
now we have, at 10:15, David, we're gonna move on.
Okay, 1 minute. We don't have the storage out there to winterize and stuff for the winter time. Our building's almost full. We can have another pickup or truck, but we have to do something about winterizing more spray equipment.
And we may have to order it as you're using it type of stuff. Is that a
No, I'm
possibility?
talking about the equipment.
Equipment.
Oh, equipment. Oh,
We keep the trucks inside and keep it about 50 degrees in there
yeah.
in the winter time. Keep everything from freezing up. So that's another thing to think about. Now, if we get the sign department out there, we have a little more room.
See, this is why we ask you to come up with those things.
Get the sign department, pitch in on
Trying to move his stuff out of there?
and what?
Wasn't he trying to move
Well,
his
he
stuff out of there?
moved the posts and stuff up there, but I think he likes the warm building.
And we may have to use some of the other shops to put
It
some
needs to
stuff.
be heated,
Yeah.
keep it stuff.
Well, the Attica shop's heated. The Attica shop is heated.
I don't know.
I think
Yeah.
I believe so. Isn't the other
Yeah.
ones?
So we may have to utilize some of those spaces. Or we'll have to do it.
Okay, I'll see what I can.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, David.
Yep.
Thanks for being here.
Yep.
Sheena.
Morning.
Morning. So Mike is not feeling good today, but he did bring this to me to give to you guys. It's a timer, it's a digital timer for you guys for your executive sessions.
Oh.
What?
So it's
Wait, that right
kind
time.
of fancy,
He must have been talking to somebody, must have been talking to somebody out there like they're running over or something.
but
Now he knew how much
It's
you wanted
funny.
to stick to this. Now, can we accept a gift like that? Is that?
Yeah, it's less than $50. so-
Okay. Very neat. Now we're gonna learn how to work
right, there's
Yeah.
instructions. Yeah, but there are batteries
Get a
in
battery
it,
it.
so.
first.
All right, I've said him thanks for that. What the?
There's
Oh,
batteries in it, he put them in this morning.
you just lost me the rest of the
You're
day.
just
You're so
distracted.
fun.
That's why I that bird over there.
See that, that
Shiny
was last.
things.
I'll be darned.
Okay. Before you get
If you're in charge of time, guess what? You're in charge of that.
Stop.
We got one trailer bid.
That's it?
It's the one we wanted,
Okay.
so we're good. Whoever wants to open that.
We'll be able to
What time are we supposed to do that?
10:15.
10:15, so we got to pull off just about 3 minutes on that. Hey, you're all by the time. That's so.
Let's see. Oh, this is the request for quotes or bids for the Cather precast concrete that you guys discussed. We just need to set the dates for that.
And on this bid process, I had kind of a suggestion maybe. So, because we set, like the trailer bid, for example, you set the bid opening for another date, like today, but you have already received quotes, and so once something is presented in open session, it's a record, and so any of those companies could now see, hey, so-and-so bid this much, when I do my official bid, I can undercut them.
Well,
And so I think we might want to not do that anymore, is to search out quotes or estimates ahead of time, because then you're giving an unfair advantage to everybody that could come in and see those bids.
Yeah, but the thing about that is you can go on the internet and find a price for anything. We could have discussed that in here too.
Yeah.
So we could have found those prices on the website and just told you what that was.
But they're not gonna be the official ones. I mean, they're gonna give you a government discount on different things.
Did that original one have a government?
Because like this Cather one, we saw the numbers last week,
Mm-hmm.
so
Hmm.
just something to consider in the future.
I think that's, I don't know, give or take both sides of it. I mean, I could see with this, we could have a pretty good idea of the price before we go into it. I don't know how we're ever supposed to discuss whether we're even interested in going out for a bid unless we kind of have an idea on the price. So I don't know how we would ever discuss that ahead of time. And that's a hard one to think about. I see what you're saying,
I see what you're saying.
But I also think we had to have an idea of what we were even looking at. Cause
I think it's one thing for a department head to do research in Google and have a rough idea, but to present a document, here's what they're willing to give you, that's the part that's.
right, because you're saying, okay, they're gonna give $10 for it, they said, well, I seen it's gonna be $10, we want nothing.
Right.
Because they've already said what they're gonna bid it for.
Right.
That's just the power of negotiation. I mean, we win, right?
A lot of times though, they won't just give you like a rural price, like they have to draw a quote for you.
Okay.
That's how they all do it. So I could just not bring the document, I guess.
What if this is cheaper than what we?
It might work to your advantage,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, it's the power of negotiation.
but you just don't want anybody crying foul in your bidding process, because our bidding process says they're sealed.
Well, now you got it. You did it.
There's 2 in there.
Yeah. You want a letter opener?
No, I got a brand new one. You wasn't there.
Hold on, I'll get you my letter opener.
HCCF.
Is that called?
Hmm?
What did you say? Oh.
You guys weren't there?
I have one. Not that one, but I have one.
Raise LLC, 2023 Witsco Challenger 5 or RG52. Your choice of colors, 53,750, and that's for a 22-foot deck, 102 width, 53 overall length, 52-ton capacity. Air ride with lift axle, so that means the third axle lifts, it looks like. Steel wheels, cover wheels, Honda powered self-contained hydraulic system. Bucket well. It's one of them. You say anything about availability on there? Down at the bottom, I didn't see it.
No.
Another one from Raise
What stuff costs?
is 2023 Witsco Challenger RG52. It's black, triple axle, hydraulic gooseneck. Deck is 26 foot, 102 width, 53 overall, 52 ton, spring ride, not air ride. Steel wheels, covered wheels, Honda power with bucket well. It's 51,400.
And that third axle stays on the ground all the time.
Stays on the ground, it's spring ride.
Yeah.
And
They specifically wanted air ride.
I wonder if that's one they have and this one's gonna take a while. It doesn't say either way.
no, another one. For over the road, I mean, I understand why, because I got 2 air ride trailers too, but you know, over the road, they're a necessity. But for me and all we need is spring ride. You're only talking 2,000.
Mm-hmm.
Renter. Yes, you know more about it than we do.
Either one will be fine. The third wheel, I mean, as far as when you turn it with a triple axle, you don't pick it up, all you're doing is rubbing
You're rubbing that right off, aren't you?
the back axle, all you're doing is wrecking the tire.
And I think we'd probably rather have that up there.
If they use it, yeah. Because you're gonna buy that in tires in a short amount of time. We had a spread axle trailer and he's same as a triple axle in that back. I think they're turning it's resin.
It has to, you can't put it in.
So that's my opinion on it.
Oh, this one's a lot longer.
The other one is,
Mm-hmm.
but you asked for how big a well did you ask for? Because one's 22 foot and the other one's 26, right?
Yeah.
But they're both 53 foot long.
Mm-hmm.
So the deck on the top deck on the one or the back deck, one or two, is a lot shorter than the other one.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one the paperwork you brought in was 22 foot. On the
One
you guys
that
looked
they went and looked at?
was 22 foot, I believe.
22, okay.
Before we approve that, you want to make sure 22 foot's gonna work.
Oh, here you go. This one is April and this one is May. Set it up at the top. So the 53,000 with the air ride is in May. The less expensive one, spring ride, is in April.
So we're just gonna have to deal with it.
June.
Think so?
You want to make sure, because the old guys don't make much difference on time, you want to make sure Mike 22 foot's going to be, what, his opinion on that?
That's
Week-
what was
week out.
on my bid, and they were good with that. Because him and Jim both looked at it. I know that Jim was very specific on the air ride. That one was a.
Might be in this week.
Yeah.
They're right trying to me, only
Yeah.
22 foot of work, but maybe
Yeah.
talking May.
Doesn't matter, that's the only choice.
So
Yeah, April
keep
or
it on
May.
and bring it back in next. Can we do that? Table it to next week.
Please.
Thanks for that, Jim.
I thought they had one in stock up there that they looked at.
No, they were definitely gonna have to order it. But the fact that it was gonna be a brand new one, which was gonna be less expensive than the used ones that were available on the shelf, so. I don't know if you guys looked at that one already. I guess we need to do the dates for the bid for that capital one.
And what was the deal on Zimmerman? You said they're gonna,
I've applied for a grant for that one.
I know, but on the sweep or whatever.
The shoe fly?
Shoe fly.
I wanna wait until I hear if it's rejected or accepted for the grant.
Okay, because I've been asked again since I talked to you, so when will you know about that part of it?
It should be any time now. They said the first half of November is when they should be getting back to people on those grants.
So basically, you use the shoe fly for 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why if it is accepted for the grant and it takes that long, we definitely wanna have a detour there. So, we talked to the landowner.
This Catherine one though, it's talking about putting shoe fly in there, but if we get this done, there's really gonna be a necessity to put that shoe fly in there.
Here's the problem is this precast is 6 to 8 weeks lead time
Oh,
after we get our order
yeah, you
placed.
kinda want to.
So, yeah,
It's 6 weeks.
8 weeks, that's 2 months, man. There's a lot of cattle moving through the territory right now.
Okay.
You know, wheat pasture calves are starting to go out. You go check your wheat pasture calves, you don't have to drive 15 miles around.
right,
Just
and
that
there's,
one family, that's a main road.
Well, it's not just them, there's a lot of people.
No, I'm just saying, but you talk about moving in and out of cattle.
Yeah, there's a lot of cattle coming in through there.
You know, we got the pipe, so just stick it in there and get done pulling
We
it.
can have it back from them.
So you need, what do you need on this one? Signature?
just for you guys to announce the dates for the bid for that.
It'll be November 29th at 10 o'clock.
Oh, gee.
29th.
You know, you've only done this a year, you know that?
Do what?
You've almost been in here for a year.
No.
Yes.
You go November 29th?
Yep. You wanna make that motion?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye. Is that what you need?
Sorry, I thought it was the
You
19th.
see your face, you're not here, so.
They will open them on the 29th.
Might be.
Okay, not the 22nd?
Lots of stress.
If you want to,
Yeah.
it's a short week, so.
What'd you say?
Yeah, it is a short week, but I think it'll be okay. I'd rather do it on the 22nd.
Okay.
It's the 29th.
We open on the 22nd
Oh, that would give us 2 weeks to have them in here.
from today.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought ordinarily that's what we did. You wanna retract your motion
I'm
on that?
gonna retract that to the 22nd.
So he is taking back his 29, because isn't that what we normally do, is 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's just, there's holidays and different things in there, so.
Veterans Day, I guess, on the 11th?
Mhm.
Yeah, surely they.
22nd.
Not everybody takes the 11th off,
No, and I'll have it
just the courthouse
sent out
days, so.
today.
but thanks. All right, so Darren made a motion to retract his motion and change it to the 22nd. All in favor? Aye. That'll get us going quicker on that deal.
I also have, this is the inordinate spending we talked about with the pipe. I emailed you guys so you had a chance to look it over. We talked about it last week. It's the one we went over last week with the 2 orders of the 24-inch, 2 loads and 1 load of 36. I did have this other one made up if you guys didn't want to spend it all with just 1 load of each. So those were the prices they gave us for the pipe, and this is all smooth used pipe, lightly used.
And we cut their budget on material last year, right? Next year, right?
For next year.
But if we spend all that now on that pipe and you need some other material later, that's gonna, I mean, you're gonna be zero.
We still have 50,000 in our lumber budget that we haven't used at the special bridge, and 60,000 in steel.
Left, if we spend all that on that.
Right, and then 45,000. We haven't ordered anything out of those. We haven't touched them. So, but this one over here, that one takes the whole 45,000. This one over here with 1 load of each is at 29,748. If you felt you wanted to go a little more.
Okay, so our budget right now, we're at 47,000, right?
45,000
For steel.
and then that one's 45,000. Oh, culverts.
Okay.
Separate line item.
So we still have another one for steel then?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
the separate one for lumber.
I'm okay for it. I mean, we just
Get it started and get it going.
You guys are okay with the 45,000?
What about the culvert budget? I mean, if we have to borrow some out of the steel, if we have to, you want some, right?
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
we
'cause we
cut
have-
their budget quite a bit like next year for fire.
Yep.
And the culvert budget is 25,000 for next year, so.
Okay, and seeing it's used pipe, we don't have to go out for bid on this, guys.
And where was that rock we're getting?
Southwest down by Manchester, right?
I didn't look, I just wrote down the coordinates, but I didn't
Do we
look.
have is it a timely fashion deal?
He said
He hasn't called back yet, they're not done dismantling.
he wasn't nearly as,
He didn't give
pressing on
us
this
a
one.
time. Cause I asked him, do we need to get it done in a month, in 2 months? He's like, just whenever you're done.
so.
Alright, so can I get a motion on
Let's
this?
see, let's see.
And if you wanted to see
Just
the
the,
price list they gave originally.
so you're getting 36, 26, we're getting all this in, right?
No.
Which
We're
one are we
getting
getting?
1 load of the 36-inch and 2 loads of the 24.
Wayne Drew said he called to get a road sander. It hasn't been sanded yet.
Right, we've had people out like crazy.
We've got people that are not saying too.
Yeah,
It's
I've
quite
got-
simple, we've got 4 trucks and we're by short staffed. We are.
Yeah, I've got a
I'm just
whole
saying,
long
because
list.
they go up and down the roads and cattle ponds all the time.
I know. They're on the list. They're all on the list. I've got a big long.
We got several out that way, same way, bus,
Mhm.
it's just, we can only have them. And they're gonna, out here, they're gonna put, there's like 3 or 4 roads out here they're gonna do, but they're gonna put that all in one, when they're out there to take care of all of them. So probably, I don't know if he's on that list or not, but
They're still getting out of the Chicasky and where else?
sand, down our road, down Bluff Creek, I think.
And
Bluff over west, yeah.
Okay, so 3 or 4 places.
Yeah, and there's maybe 2. There's one over here straight west on the highway,
Mm-hmm.
and then up north of there, a mile or 2 on, I think it's off of Thomas, I'm not sure who's on it. There's several pits up there. Okay, so we need a motion to go out and get this smooth culvert pipe, 24-inch and 40-foot sticks of that, the used pipe, and then there's also a 36-inch smooth pipe, 40-foot sticks of that. So need a motion for $45,108.
So,
All in favor? Aye. Jeff made that motion, by the way. Well said now.
Okay, the graders, 4 of them got delivered, they're all here. I just got the paperwork for those first thing this morning. The 5th one should be here this week.
Cool.
All of our graders were inspected last week, and I should have those reports in the next couple days to see what we need to fix. So hopefully we don't have to buy a bunch of tires. I did ask him for the reports from August because I didn't get those when they did that in August. I didn't have any of those, so I'd like to see the difference there too. Our rental excavator will be here on Wednesday. Let's see.
Do we have a big enough trailer to move that one around?
The one I'm sure it's 50-ton.
The rental that's coming up?
I don't know what the,
It should be basically the same model, just without all of
our
it.
trailer, I'm sure it's 50-ton, it's just not.
We're just gonna have to take turns with the trailer.
Okay.
P307, one of our trucks hit a deer, getting estimates on that. Garrett's truck, which is P312, it's a 2008 Ford. Jim told me we need to take it to Newberry's because they think it might need a new motor. We just put a new transmission in April, and that truck is right at like 200,000 miles. So we might need to decide if it's more cost effective to replace a motor or to.
Well, those pickups are worth quite a bit more now than they were years ago.
And we got pickups up next year for capital. Okay.
Not that one.
Not that one.
No.
But we can move pickups around, right? For,
Right, yeah, he can.
Okay, what are your pickups? What about the one we have getting checked out?
The P300,
The one that's up there?
yeah, Mike's checked on it like 4 different times and he's still not had time. He said he's hiring somebody else to come help him, so maybe he'll.
And it might give us some good look at how many people we have and who else driving a pickup.
There's some sitting around. I know there's some that don't need to be.
That's what I'm wondering, is do we have people driving pickups that don't need to be driving pickups and that type of stuff? I don't know.
Can you give us a list who next, Mike give us a list, or you give us a list who's driving what pickups?
And which ones are sitting still? You do think we have got a couple sitting?
Well, we got one sitting up there that's, I mean, if the motor's out of this one, it may be one of the deals where we.
Swap it?
Or, I don't know how much a motor's worth and how much that pickup's worth. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you put a motor in, it's probably what, 5,000-6,000, I'm guessing by the time you get later.
You might guess.
Mm-hmm. Well, honestly, that's all I have.
I got one thing for you.
Okay.
I got this, you didn't get this email, but I got an email from Melinda for this, from Garrett, for all these resolutions to be looked at. So, do you have any idea why we're looking at that many resolutions?
He wants to find out where and when, he's looking for stop signs, basically, because there has to be a resolution for every major stop sign, those kind of traffic signs. So he wants to find where they all were and make sure that there's still a stop sign there and go and replace any that might not be there, because we don't have a map. There used to be a map, we can't find it for all those locations, because yeah, we just don't know. So that's what he's trying to figure out. I don't know why he didn't specify that. It would have been helpful. That's just a very long list of numbers.
Resolutions.
Yeah.
Linda's not gonna look up all the resolutions for, I mean.
She's too tied up with other stuff.
So, I don't know how the chain needs to work. I mean, that probably should, I mean, we need some kind of specification. We have no idea what we're looking for here.
Right, I didn't know that he had sent that to you until you called me.
Well, it actually went to Melinda.
Yeah.
And then I get it, because it went to Mike, but, you know, it needs to go through really, I don't know, it probably need to go Mike and, or you, or I don't know how we wanna do this chain, but, you know, he needs to come in and say, hey, we're looking for this resolution, and go that way, instead of giving us a list that's 2 miles long.
With no specifications as to what he's looking at.
So, the chain needs to change that, this needs to change a little bit there. So, anyway, that's the reason I asked for him to call me, and then we got a phone call, but, anyway.
I told him to call you.
Little issue there.
Okay. I will talk to Mike.
Yeah, and, I think that's it, I don't know.
Last week you had asked Mike about Northeast 10 by the ball diamonds.
Yes, for the fixing the road.
Ah, yes, I did finally get
There's something else
emailed back by Andale, and I sent him pictures, and he said that it looks like something we could just go fix ourselves. So I sent that to Mike. I forwarded that email to Mike, but
Where's that at?
we have not discussed it.
You're about
So.
all items. Just north of town. Just south of Gates.
SD Telecom damaged the asphalt, kind of scratched across it and broke out a chunk on the edge. And I don't know the size or the dimensions of that. I told him we could
It's
go
not
measure.
huge, I don't think.
So-
And any
Yeah,
update on fixing that hole on the cemetery road by the bridge?
That's on the list. We were getting asphalt mix for that. I know Mike found some. We gathered it up, so.
That's a quick fix.
Yeah. So I think he was waiting till we got the new excavator
something else,
and then
yeah.
take
And then
it
there
up
was
there.
the Blanchett Bridge too.
The
Was that
Blanchett
ever
Bridge.
settled?
I did settle that with him. Yeah.
Did he
I
settle
sent-
it?
He called and we talked about it, and they sent him a corrected itemized bill. I have not received payment back, but I did talk to him several times. So he actually called me this time, so we're good.
Talked to him a couple times a week on.
There's
Okay.
another thing, we're supposed to be getting reports on plum picking inspections.
I did just get one from Mike. We did run into a problem with having Garrett go do that, is that nobody knows what his route was. He hasn't shown anybody what it is that he does and where he goes, and they didn't know where to go, who to talk to, what route to take. And Mike was already gone.
Okay.
So,
I
Mike,
think
Bennett
we'll-
and I discussed that, and we're just,
I'm gonna visit with Michael a bit today,
Mike,
Bennett a little bit, or Mike Fleiss, you mean? Mike
Yeah.
Fleiss or Mike Bennett?
too many Mikes. Mm-hmm.
We probably don't have any say-so on this, but they, I can't remember the name of the company, they trim trees for the Highline companies, they're from Oakland City. I know them personally, but anyway, they called me and they said the landfill would not let them, the landfill's gonna put in some type of highline going in through there. So they hired these guys to cut all these trees down, but they would not let them pile them on across the fence.
And another one of the things got from you.
They're gonna have to haul it all back to Arkansas City. But I told them to dump it in my place.
So you sure you can pay somebody a little bit something, right?
In that,
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's our landfill, you know,
Oh, Arlen?
Our
Plum Thicket?
landfill?
no plum thicket.
Oh,
Well, that's
okay.
really not our.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
but we have some say so, do we not?
Not really on that, that's a
If it's
private.
not
To
in
pile trees on there and burn it?
Mm,
That's not our property.
No.
okay, that road, some of the stuff you said was unfinished.
Mhm.
That road vacation resolution, that we closed that day, it says, was it sent to Matt for mapping, was it
Yeah,
published?
that's a clerk issue.
So, who do we need?
Check with Kelsey, or
Okay.
Hannah can check too.
Get you?
What is it on?
It's, that road vacation we just did,
Mm-hmm.
was it sent to Matt for mapping, and was it published?
Well, Jason would know, did it get, do you remember if it come through? I'm putting you on the spot, aren't I?
Whether it came through to be
For-
published,
Yep,
there's a publication that's running this week.
okay,
Can that be on the road closure, do you remember? Okay.
okay, so that may take care of that.
It was published about the hearing, and then the
Okay,
final will be published this week.
okay, thanks, Jason.
And did we ever get a road study on the Elkhorn Road? Didn't you put that in to get a road study put on that for the speed limit? We just signed up.
She did, I think.
Yeah, and we're waiting for the report back, as far as I know, I don't have it back yet.
And so I got all my questions today.
That's okay.
We had that road study that was done from the state. Did anybody ever hear anything on that? Did we get any?
No, they take almost a year to get the results on that.
We don't pay for that, that's
No.
something they put out for us anyway.
Yeah, KDOT does that.
We're kind of at their mercy.
That's it.
Is that it? Okay.
Well, I got this big old long list of
Hey,
stuff we haven't got done yet, so I gotta start.
I'm glad you addressed that.
Yeah, you're good.
Anyway.
Okay. You guys done with me?
Thank you.
Okay.
Now we're behind.
Don't blame me, Artie.
Can
No.
I request to go before Josh, cause I've got an 11 o'clock.
Better
Zoom.
run it by Josh, don't ask us.
I already did, he said yes.
Age before beauty.
Oh! Why don't you come on up? You can go beat him afterwards.
She's got a Zoom at 11.
I think she knows where you work, and she'll probably find where you live.
You have no idea, you just poked a mama bear.
I can't believe you said that.
So
Let's
frickin'
see if we can get red.
disrespectful youth.
Red. Can we get red?
I'm the oldest one in here every week, nobody respects me.
No, nobody does.
Take that.
Gosh, I can't believe you said that out loud.
Okay.
We're all thinking. I mean,
Hurt?
oh.
Full!
Hey, there's only a few people I can do that to that I know can take it in your way.
Right. Because you know I've been in an elected position. And once you've been in an elected position, you can take anything.
Tell you, how are you?
I'm well.
Good.
So we have our deed for our industrial park that we will need to finalize.
They switched.
One of the things that we have to decide, and Melinda, on this part, we need to complete the investing in the money. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so on the deed for the industrial park lots, you need to decide what amount that you want them to have done in the 12-month period. What value of improvement, so that it's not just sitting there vacant. Whether
So-
that's 20,000, 50,000, whatever amount.
So that's not established already in the guidelines for that deal? I thought it was. Any improvement, like you come in and you rock the whole deal and you clean that, put your fence around it, I thought that covered it.
There's a year, there is a 12-month period, but remember we kind of talked about how with materials and everything and this, that, and the other, so this specifies that they have to have.
Bill recommended to actually having an amount in there instead of just saying if you develop it.
Invest some money into it.
And so if that's 10,000, whatever that amount you want to be, so that we have something, that there's action taking place
I agree with that.
moving forward.
That's what I was gonna ask you, Shelley, then, do we need to have something set up from here on out as a policy with any of these lots? That's not just these guys, but anybody from here on out has to have this amount, and not just set it for these guys, but
Just
it's
like
gonna.
going to your meeting, you need to put money in to invest, so you're.
Right.
Instead of saying, I want you to do something, well, they go out there, cut a load of rock, and do something. There's gotta be some kind of investment into it.
What do you think, Shelley?
Oh, I don't know, you think 25,000 is too much?
Well, if you rock the whole deal, I'm gonna spend
About
that
800,
quick.
about just figure $1,000 a load.
Yeah, and those big lots, I
Out
don't
of 5
find
acres, they can rock the whole thing, are they gonna rock it? Certainly rock it.
or even if you put a fence up around, it's
How
gonna be
much rocks on that pad?
But that's ours.
For the God, I remember when those guys were doing that.
Can't utilize that for,
Well, I was gonna plan using that for the road.
okay.
Now, that's for us to
I
use.
know, I'm just saying.
You said 25,000, you think, Shelley?
That's a ballpark, I just threw that out.
Per lot?
Per lot, oh, absolutely.
I'll go with what Shelley says, I don't have any idea how.
Or did you have
I don't want to
That
discourage
sounds
them.
fine.
Yeah, I was thinking
You
20.
think 25 would discourage them?
Well, that's a big chunk. That's what they have to spend, but we're wanting them to have, starting on building by then anyway, right? So
Yeah.
surely, so if they come in saying they purchased a building, is that gonna be?
Oh, absolutely, if they're, and I know that this,
Per lot,
that
though.
this owner, Well, I know, if you say per lot, I mean, that, I wasn't even thinking, so like on a situation on this, I mean, but yeah, they're still gonna have that much invested in a building by far, yeah, so, I mean.
Soon to get to concrete barely.
I know, and I know that this group already has been in contact and has got things moving forward, and they're just waiting to finalize.
So if they say, well, like, they can put money down on a building or whatever, as long as they show they spent money on it, because they may not get the building built for
Right.
a year.
I think either, I mean, I think they have to have proof that they've invested. I don't know that we necessarily have to see invoices as far as like paid in full kind of thing, but I would say we need to see progress made toward finishing their lot. You know, whether that's a contract that says we're building, yeah. Right.
But also, once this deed transfers hands, I don't think the county ought to be responsible for mowing it. So let's say that come next spring, they still don't have anything in place. I don't think we ought to have to send out.
Once this is signed, you guys are done.
Yeah, so we shouldn't have to. So what happens if, you know, and maybe we've never asked this question before, what happens if they let the weeds grow up huge on their lot and come by next spring, they don't have anything?
So the good thing is that zoning has site planning in it, and so since this is zoned industrial, Matt could always send them a letter saying, hey, it's just like the drive-in, we've had problems with that, send them a letter, get the weeds knocked down.
And they're responsible for the dirt work, right, as far as everything on the lot, so I'm assuming they're gonna have somebody come in, alter it and tell them how the water needs to drain and.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that we as the county said that we might meet them halfway on is the trenching for
Right.
some of that stuff, and so.
Cause I don't know, I'm just guessing, to get some of that water out of there, may have to be some trenching with some pipes to move that water under their lots, cause I don't know how them terraces, without going out there with the transit.
I mean, that dump real good.
You may have to have some kind of a dump to get it, and that may take some more trenching.
Yeah, and I know that the 3 and 4 lots were worried about that because they've got more of that berm and whatnot, or the waviness. That's what I'm gonna call it.
Terracing?
Well, right.
That's what you're saying.
I'm okay with 25,000.
Is that one of the bills Chris could go look at, or not?
You can, but until they get it flattened off, you know, because they're going to want it pretty flat, and we'll save them for their lots.
Yeah, and it's platted by zoning and subdivision, so there's been a drainage study done, and they have to follow that. So Mike has already done all of the engineering on that, and so that's why that hay grinder man lot has that trench behind the building, is because he couldn't disturb that drainage, he had to make sure it got to the ditch still.
We don't want them building a big pond behind there on the rest of the ground.
Right.
I mean, if they want to do it, they're gonna want to spend more than 25,000 anyway on the building.
Per lot though, or
Per company, per business?
I'd say per business maybe. I think that. Yeah.
You okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Jeff?
Okay.
I'm okay with that, per business if they didn't have a million instead per lot.
Okay, I'll make that motion then.
So maybe
She's already got it written in there. That's gonna happen.
I know, look at me.
Jeff, Darren made the motion. All in favor?
Aye. You got that, Hannah, you know what we're talking
Yes,
about?
sir.
Okay.
And that deed for their signatures has to be notarized, are you a notary?
I am.
Oh,
I will go get my stamp.
Okay, so in the meantime, I do have a couple of other things that I need to visit.
Is that for just one of them, or is that both of them?
No, this is just for lots 1 and 2
Oh,
for Chisholm Trail.
Okay, and then you're going to the other one?
And
Chisholm Ave.
do we need to make a change in for anybody that buys them now?
Yeah, so basically Shelley will know that future deeds will need 25,000 in there.
But do you need to put that somewhere that?
Yes.
So we'll have to change
Yes.
something.
So there, and you know,
The policy on all these lots and stuff up there.
Bylaws, whatever it is.
well, and there are some other little details and stuff that I think, as I've gone through this process, you know, that I need to be very upfront with, because, you know, we've learned that I've learned that through this process, there are some costs that are associated with getting a dollar lot that they're gonna need to know right up front, so.
It's down to Kelsey, she's got her.
Oh.
Really
Oh, okay.
sorry about that.
No, that's okay, I'll go get her.
Sorry.
So we did meet, Melinda and I did meet with Mike and,
She wants it to do
So it is, right?
I know, you got the swanky Harper Industries, to finish out the plating of the industrial park, so that's, Mike's working on that.
Cool.
And then,
Did you get any idea when you have that?
no, he didn't.
Are you in a rush for that?
No, I'm not.
But you have people on it.
Well, I do, but I mean, you know, I'm not gonna rush Mike. He's a genius.
Okay.
Gotta
Well,
take
if we got somebody waiting in line, we need to rush them. Make sure we get that straight.
No. Oh, and then the other thing,
Sorry, Kelsey, had your name on it.
so to follow up on the CID things we had last week. So I do have the Harper County Conservation District following up, wondering, you know, what other types of things they can apply for. And you know, the community development grants, I need to figure out how much we have left in there, how much I have to work with. So, but I've actually communicated with Robin this morning and told her, you know, that we weren't quite ready, but I just needed more guidance as to, I mean, because we decided, I don't think that the community development fund was really where the route we were going. We kind of talked about a special fund, and so I'm just needing some more kind of what you guys are looking at.
So when they built the extension office, how did they do that?
That was, I think, paid out of plum thicket.
And it just, how would we be able to go about pulling money out of there to help them do that?
Well, that's where this economic development money lies. And
So it's budgeted already in there, but maybe not for a project like this?
correct. So the economic development project money is just a lump sum. So as special projects come up that Shelley might want to fund, that's where it comes out of. And so that's where all of the housing money sits.
Right.
That's where all of the $40,000 community development grants all sit in there. How I paid for the water line at the industrial park came out of there. And so if you're considering
Any other projects
any
like
other
housing
projects out
or-
there, because as you know, in next year's budget, you took out the transfer to that. And so what money she has in there has to last until '23.
Yes.
And there's what, roughly a couple hundred
140?
thousand,
I thought it was
I think it was
140.
190.
Was it? Oh yeah, 190. So.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts on it? I mean, here's the deal. I think we need to be following your opinion on this deal. Is it?
You know,
It's your money that's budgeted for you to use.
right, and
You blow it all right now, Shelley.
I know, and I'm just gonna go with what the committee recommended, and, you know, they were fine, because in the true sense, and I'm just talking straight business, in the true sense, you know, the idea is that the people that get this money are the ones that are regenerating the money in the fund.
The CID.
The CID fund. And so, to me, you know, and I know that the commission, you know, for a while there, the CID actually group was giving some nonprofits and people that weren't necessarily contributing to it money just because there were not a lot of requests. But I just worry about investing in groups that are not contributing. But I know the Harper County Conservation District is a huge deal for Harper County, so I mean, I'm not opposed to giving them, you know, maybe another 5, or, you know, because their original request was 32. I don't know that I.
And they just gave 8 though, right?
Yes, that was what they allowed.
See, and I was thinking something other than the CID. I was thinking maybe out of your economic development.
I thought that's what you
not
meant.
CID.
No, I realize that, but I'm also saying, you know, as far as a contributing, I don't know, I'm very, I'm really torn on this situation because of the circumstances. And so personally, I'm just gonna go on whatever your recommendation is, to be honest.
Thanks.
Well, I'm torn, and
You're not the only one.
I know.
I don't know.
I know, and it's a very tough situation, and I agree that the conservation district should be getting out of that building. I just think it's a very politically charged situation.
It's not only for this county either.
No, it is because, yeah, I mean, and
And I feel like I'm kind of caught between a rock and a hard place because, you know, I mean, let's be honest, it's your wife, and you know, and I don't. No, I understand. Well, I know that, and I don't want to be negative, but I realize that the situation, and Robin's been very, very upfront about that, even with her board, that, you know, if they wanted to go in a different direction and not have to spend this money just because, you know, she will not do the vaccination and this and that and the other. And her and I've had a very candid conversation about that whole thing. And she's not necessarily anti-vaccination. She just isn't quite clear on what, and I get that, and I'm totally.
It's not that, it's government control, telling you what we're gonna do.
Exactly. Exactly. But
there's a bigger picture too. I mean, you're essentially still having a meeting in a shed.
Yeah. Yeah.
That don't have nothing really to do with it. They have no place to have a meeting right now. They're having meetings in the shed with no heat.
Right.
They put a chair out there and a table and they have a meeting at night.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know if the county, and if the county values the conservation district, then I mean, I don't have a problem, you know, like I said, giving more money. I just.
And I've used them occasionally. I don't use them as much as other people do, but I also look at it as kind of the same way as the extension office. There are people that use the extension office.
Right.
And we built them a heck of a nice facility up there. Why would we not do that to help the soil conservation out? Even though we're tied to the extension office by state statute and stuff that make us follow through and take care of their facilities.
And I will plead a little ignorant as to how the conservation, so how the hierarchy all works for the conservation district. Is it a county entity? Is it a state entity? Is it a
both?
It's a little bit of both.
It's a county.
They rely on us for funding, and then they get matched by the state by what we're putting in.
So it's 50-50.
Yeah. So.
Or is it?
Well, it's not 50-50. They get, yeah. I don't know exactly.
60-40 or something. It's not quite 50-50.
Right. So, I mean, no, we don't. We certainly don't. And so, I mean, I don't have a problem spending a little bit more money out of the plum ticket money to go toward that. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the whole 32,000. That just seems.
Well, and I don't know that we can do that either. But my whole thoughts were is to try to help them out a little bit because we have cut their budget significantly in the last years, and so they don't have the money. I think they've probably got some in reserves.
CDs, I don't know. We're sitting here, CDs, I think is what they got.
Yeah, but we've cut their budget significantly, and so I kind of feel like, well, they don't have the resources to be able to make that work, and so there's a lot of people in the county that do use that service.
Right. So, I mean, if you did another 10,000, that would be a total of 18 plus, so that'd be roughly about half of what they are asking for.
Are you okay with that, though? And I'm not trying to influence you at all. This is your department, your budget.
No, I get it.
But I want to make sure we leave you something to work with.
Yes.
For other people. I mean, there's going to be people the ones.
No, I'm fine with that. Yes. I'm just thinking, the problem is we've got housing, we need $1 million.
The problem is
we still not have enough. You know, I mean, we need, but I'm also of the mindset that, you know, I don't like people sitting on money and not using it towards something that needs the money. So I'm a, you know.
It's not savings.
Well,
right. I mean, I think that they should absolutely be able to build this and so that it is much more farmer friendly, that it is much more
but like it or not,
accessible.
This community is run by agriculture.
Absolutely, and that's the other thing.
You don't have to like it, that's just the way it is.
Right,
and
right.
The whole economy revolves around what's going on in the ag community.
Yeah, so I don't mind doing No, I don't mind doing another 10 if you all are good with that.
So, you know, I always look back at that. So our farmers and our agricultural people here, I always try to remember them first because that's what's running this whole place.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what's pushing our industrial part too. So, you know, so I'm all about ag. So.
I'm okay with that if you are okay with it.
Yes.
And I know it's an uncomfortable place for you, I realize that. But
no, it's not, and I appreciate that you all are very, very frank with me, and I will be frank back. And it has been, I mean, you know, last Monday was a little crazy. I had a former commissioner behind me, and then I had this one, and his, you know, I'm like, it was a little
Carla was here.
Oh.
And then, so those were the two CID applications. We had that one and then we had Robin's and I'm like, okay.
This will start off right.
Yeah, I was like, good Monday, but.
I don't know why that was stressed. It was
Well,
just
I
people like you
I
and
know,
there's
but
nothing
it's
different.
just, because you want to make sure that you do things correctly and whatnot. But no, I think another $10,000 would be definitely fair. And like you said, anything that benefits ag in the county.
Well, I know there's a lot of people that use it. I mean, there's a lot of materials, like grass seed.
Yeah.
I mean, they
Yeah.
sell a lot of stuff.
Yep, so.
How do we need to set that up to make that work?
So you just need to make.
I'm asking her.
No, you do, you have to make a motion, to take $10,000 from the economic development monies from Plum Thicket,
And to appoint that towards the Soil Conservation Service.
the Harper County Conservation District.
Do you wanna go
You
to
agree?
more, or do you
Yeah.
think 10 is enough?
Melinda, I'm just
I
making
think-
sure she agrees.
I
I'm
think
just-
10 is, like I said, if you add 10 to the 8 that we've already done, that's about half of their,
Well, I was just thinking that's 18,000 there, 132, if we went 12.
you are more than welcome to amend it.
You gotta make the motion. If you make the motion, we'll go from there.
But I don't wanna put you in a tough spot either.
Yeah, no, it's county money, it's Plum Thicket, I'll just tell more people to go take it.
That will be projects down the line that you won't be able to use for something else. That's all there it amounts to. Don't have to be people told no.
We
That's
won't
gonna
have
last
that
you
gotta
till
get for
23.
Yeah,
Yes.
years.
Until 2023.
Yes.
That's when we start putting money back in. That's because
Hopefully,
that's because
It's up to us.
Yeah,
I mean, you had to cut that to make your mill levy work.
so,
We're hoping oil and gas will jump up to $120, then we'll.
yeah, buddy, yeah. You keep.
So where are they gonna get the other 12 to 14? You know, they were asking for 32. So
I know that they already had
CDs
some
and stuff,
budgeted,
sure.
and I do think that they had, part of it budgeted in there. And they were planning on doing that, the backside of it already.
Something of it anyway.
Yeah,
cover their equipment with drills and stuff. I think they put that up the other day.
yeah.
And drills really need to be covered, so that's it.
Oh, yeah.
Get moved.
I mean, it's a difference of $2,000 if you wanna do that, that's.
And Darren's gonna.
And I'm gonna
I
say-
agree with Brian. I mean, it's an agriculture county.
Yeah, okay,
So, Jeff, I'm waiting on you to make the
I'll
motion.
make a motion for 12,000.
okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm
All
abstaining.
abstaining?
I'm abstaining.
So this goes to no, right? Gosh, that'll make for fun relations at home. won't it? So instead of being abstaining, it has to go to no.
I think you said 12,000?
Yes, just make a
Yes,
motion.
12.
It's a,
All right, so now I'm gonna go on a Zoom call about preserving historic buildings.
Okay, good
So,
deal.
yeah,
That's for windows and such.
money.
Okay.
Money.
recess.
Thanks, Sally, appreciate it.
You bet.
I'm making a motion for 5 minute recess.
Darren made the motion, all in favor? Aye.
Thanks, Josh. Really, you owe me lunch.
All right. Now, look at that, do you see this?
Fancy.
Do you know how to use it?
Well, yeah, I think you twist it and you push it, and it starts.
Well, it's like those little thermostats.
You know what I
I
do?
was getting ready to say it.
Your own
was like a
nest.
thermostat.
I always run water tanks over at my house. So I mean, right there on the shed wall. Turn the water on, turn that on.
I put it on my phone when I do that, because
I try to remember that.
Then the kids are like, why is the yard flooded?
My dad does it. Dad
I
goes,
left the hose on one night, and I was like, why don't I have any water pressure? Like, the shower's barely working, and I'm like, oh, here's something? Ah, yes, the water is still running.
Yeah, so one day, my oldest daughter decided she was gonna tie her show steer to the hydrant.
Remind yourself.
No, just like to tie him up for the, you know, to make
Yeah.
him stand there. And so then she was done with that and put the steer up and stuff. Well, then Kevin comes home from the field and he's like, why is the driveway wet? And I was like, I don't know. And he went out there and the steer had pulled the hydrant out. But she didn't say, hey, Mom, there's something wrong with the hydrant.
That's expensive.
No, so she had to dig it up.
Yeah, we've got mine. You guys, more time.
It was
It's
bad.
not, we're still waiting for Josh to go.
Oh,
That darn Shelley.
I was gonna say, they skipped you. How rude.
That's an expensive fix. I think Jason's got, concrete, like those big blocks that you, I don't know what they use them for, but anyway, he's put them around a bunch of them because the cows start rubbing on them and rubbing up, and next day you're like, oh, the field's flooded, that's awesome. Well, at least it's well water, it's not county water, but still, it's my shower water. Girlfriend needs some pressure.
I didn't pay your spot there.
Yeah,
Were you sitting there?
it's fine, it's fine. I touched it, I licked it, I did all the things to it. The seats are not very comfortable with that.
They were free, donated by the Cat Fine.
Oh, did not know that. They didn't want to hang out in here any longer than possible.
Haul back.
No,
Jason,
Jason, you start bringing your own chair.
I thought about the And these Mondays are bad because I gotta go from this to the city meeting at night, and the city chairs are even worse.
Bring one of those bleacher seats. I was gonna try to sit on the bleachers. We've had a bunch of old ones downstairs.
I'm gonna have to replenish the candy bars after this meeting.
Yeah, that's.
Might be in their Pepsi.
I keep all my candy in Pete's drawer, so I have to.
Motion carries unanimously. All in favor? You up, Josh?
Will you be
I think so.
secretary?
You're up.
My buttons.
By golly.
Yes, I will.
My only job.
Mr. Beauty.
We made it.
Mr. Beautiful. Yeah.
Bob Jr.
So Jennifer asked us a couple weeks ago to look at adding some cameras in this larger system to the senior center up in Harper. There's been kind of an increase in vandalism, Harper, especially the park, and so we just kind of wanted to get some eyes on it. Told you I'd get you some numbers. Had to add on a little bit at the bottom there, but yeah, so I mean that's our total. Looking at 9 total cameras. We are adding a couple of things. So we don't currently have a firewall at the senior center. So we would add a firewall. That's that Netgate 1100, and then a new Wi-Fi router. That's that.
And you'd be able to point at least one of those towards the extension office.
Yeah, that's why we bumped them up, because we were originally planning 6, went up to 9, just to point them at the extension office, give us a little more visibility outside. So
So go to the Fair Barn too then, or just the extension office?
I was just doing the extension office, but I did oversize that switch. That's the most expensive thing on there, so we can add some extra cameras later if we need to, just as all these locations.
Yeah, and that maybe the Fair Board eventually may want
Yeah,
We do have a lot of rock throwers in Harper.
there's a lot of them.
And they throw them on the blue barn all the time.
Throw them against
and the buildings
Yeah.
on the south
Yeah,
side.
and I mean, that's what we've had at the park too. We're facing the same issues. We got kids, wrecking those bathrooms in there. And, I think the other thing that we talked about, and Jennifer mentioned this, but, we do rent that building out to, different events
Yeah.
and whatever else too. And, it'd be nice to have at least 3 cameras inside to view what's going on in the event, just to make sure things don't disappear and stay where they need to, and, cover any accidents that way. So, not a bad idea. Same thing for water leaks and mechanical problems that we have. We can easily see if there's water on the floor.
Right.
Somebody's not in that building all the time.
This money comes out of building and grounds, correct, Linda?
No, the camera's out of capital improvements.
Oh, okay.
Something you definitely think we need?
Well, I asked Josh if we were included in that, just because I've been spending more time up there, and
Well, there's some
because
vandalism.
of renting it, and one of the guys that comes there is involved with some of the city stuff, and he had told me about some vandalism and additional stuff that's been happening in the county. They're locking up the city park bathrooms and just some different things that were happening, and so I just think that's a facility that, if we're going to do it here, it'd be nice to have eyes on that as well.
Just sad we gotta put cameras up in all these.
One thing that might not be a bad idea as well is we can isolate this view. So like these 9 cameras, we can share that with Harper City Police, just for these. And I mean, just maybe the outdoor ones too, just those, so they could see, who's going on there, if there are rock throwers.
Well, I've been on the Fairwood since
they-
'82, and
Yeah.
the city police just, they would.
Can't cover all. Is it
Not their job.
capital
It's
equipment?
them.
Cause we've already had most of that budgeted, right?
What capital one?
For these, like these cameras, capital equipment. I mean, what we have money left in there wise? I mean,
Oh, so this is coming out of capital improvements.
Capital
not
improvement.
Equipment.
and we got plenty of money in there.
Yeah, there's just over $1 million in there.
Question on, I'm just praying for it, I lost it right there. Oh, insurance. So if we have these set up on county property, what's that do for insurance? Do we get any kind of a,
We might, it might help, I can definitely ask.
see, that's why I wonder, it's pretty quick, we might catch up to something like this, this cost anyway.
Sure, I'll get a hold of K-Camp today.
And if nobody's using that 2,000, maybe you could.
Well, there you go,
Yeah.
that's why I wonder if we could use it towards that.
Well, I also have a question about that later.
There's a, oh, we get 2,000 a year, what do they call that,
A risk avoidance grant.
from K-Camp?
Yeah.
Our insurance company, and in the past, we've used it on grill guards for trucks and stuff, and pickups and ambulances. So maybe we need to table it till next week, till Amy can come up with some answers on us on our insurance, because it may cover it to pay for it pretty quick, and then we don't have to figure it out.
No problem.
Not that I'm against it.
No, it's not a deal breaker. I just thought, well, if we're doing it now, we do have Wi-Fi there. We don't have any Wi-Fi in Attica. But just thought, this is a big facility and has potential for having a lot of people in and out.
Well, we've got the other building beside it too that we're trying to protect.
Right,
as well,
sure.
so. Yeah, no, I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm just trying to figure out if we
Sure.
can find the money from other places to do that, so.
Sure.
And in the end, I'll probably approve it anyway, but I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Well, I have a fearful of number 9, maybe that's something we need to
But
look
they
at.
may want to tap onto it, I don't know if there's any problem with a different entity tapping onto what we've got, but they may want a couple of them pointing on the shed, I don't know.
Why don't they cover them all?
We can isolate these pretty easily. The city of Harper is looking at a similar camera system to cover these, the park and things like that.
They
So,
could shine it on the shed or even the
Both
pins
sides
and
are
stuff
on
that's
there.
in the street right there, the view.
yeah. So,
I'll bring it up
Anyway, you tonight, you meeting with them?
if I get it.
So what do you think, table it till next week?
Next week,
You good with
maybe that's
that?
why. I'm assuming it looks good to me, but we can figure out where our numbers are.
yeah, maybe 2,000, that'll cover that. I mean, that's a good deal.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Josh, appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Denver.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks, Hannah.
Amy, how are you?
I'm all right, how are you?
Good.
Okay, I have a lot, I'll just bore you. Okay,
You only have 15 minutes.
I'm going to try to go really fast. I have a new hire for Department on Aging, a new senior center director.
Can you give me a new paper for hiring wages, or is this the one we drafted, is this the one we're using now?
This is the one we're using effective January 1st.
Okay.
of next year.
So,
Yes.
Swingle ones.
Nope, it's from,
Okay.
that's our applications.
I guess that would be right.
This will wait, because I will need an executive session as well. Okay, question. I am requesting access to a report in CIC that I don't currently have. It would be the budget status by fund report, and then also a by object code report. These are two reports that would allow me to see where we're at as far as wages in the budget. So when we're looking at hiring new people and we're talking about salaries and things, I will be able to pull that information up. And as a personnel person, I think I
You
need
don't have
that.
that?
I don't have that right now.
Who opens that up for you?
Melinda,
I can give her access as soon as you guys say it's okay.
Oh, I don't know why that'd be a problem. You guys?
No, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, oh yeah. You don't need a motion, but I can just put that up. Okay.
thank you.
Yeah.
That way I can keep
That way
it.
when we ask you what.
Yeah.
why you don't have already.
I'll know.
Save the reading.
I'll know and I won't have to bother anybody. And it will be helpful, I think, going forward. I can keep you up to date on that stuff too. The next thing I'm asking if it'd be okay if I join Shelley's leadership program. I've taken the CGM, so I've got my certified public manager, but I know she's got some positions still available, so I just wondered if it'd be okay if I went ahead and joined that.
It's nighttime meetings, right?
No, they're during the day,
All
but
right.
it's like 10 to 3, I think, and it's once a month for 6 months.
And so you wouldn't take off, you wouldn't be clocked out on like vacation or sick time?
I can take PTO during that.
Well,
time.
but you're asking for not, right?
Oh, either way, I just want to take the course.
And where's that at?
I'm sorry?
Is it online or?
No, it's in person right now.
I don't have any problem with you taking it. I think we do need to be, if if we're gonna allow you to do it during the day, then we need to allow everybody else to do the same thing, so that's.
You want to fair all them, because if they have to take off work to go to class, then that means everybody's gonna take off work.
Sure, I can use PTO to do it.
Well, I'm not saying that yet, I'm just saying we gotta make sure that we're gonna do that for everybody else if we're gonna do it, and I think that goes towards, not we, because these guys weren't a part of that, but in the past, we've always talked about improving employees. And if this is one way to improve it, we're already internally taking care of it. I don't know, I look at that as an improvement practice. Are there anybody else, other departments that would be interested in taking what you think?
Not that I'm aware of. I know she sent information out via email,
Yeah.
and I don't know if anyone else has requested to join. I can ask her.
How many months is it?
I think
7
it's just
sessions.
a short one.
You're
The
supposed
one we
7
took
sessions.
last year was long.
So 7 months. What,
I think so. I don't know.
what do they have for 7 months?
I don't have a problem with
You just wanna make sure it's offered to everybody, so.
She sent it out to all the departments.
Right, but.
it. I don't see anybody else wanting to do it, then, really. I don't
Figure that out.
You don't take it home.
That's good mentor.
Yeah. Brian's all excited.
This is the ones that talk about the video, and nobody's signed up for it.
Not that I know of from
Well,
the
that's the
county.
clip on them.
I guess you have anybody in the county, nobody else?
Oh, yeah, she has several people signed up. But I know she's got some more spots open. And I can wait until the next round. I think she's hoping to keep doing it too.
Sign up, then.
Well, see, the session's in Danville, so you won't be here at the courthouse, you'll be
Right, they're not remote, so I would be on site.
in Danville, Harper, to be,
That's
overnight
where
trip to
Topeka.
Topeka.
Yep.
I think it's a good thing.
The only thing I question is the pay thing, but like, what about the one to Topeka, is that gonna be on you, I mean, that's, you got travel time with the suit a week, right?
It's just a day, it's just an overnight thing. I mean, I don't mind using PTO. I'm gonna lose it at the end of the year anyway.
Okay. As long as we're really fair with how we're paying people to take, you understand what I'm saying? right?
This is my job,
Because
I know.
We take, they come in here, they have to clock out to go to the meeting, and so, some of that's personal. But I see what the benefit is to also, but still some of it's personal because you want to take it, right? So how's your feeling on it? You're the HR person, I mean, how would it be fair?
Well, will the county benefit from those being?
Well, I understand that. How would you work where it's fair for everybody else? I mean, you're in that position.
My thoughts are, well, I don't know. I'm assuming nobody else from the county has applied for this. I know that we were paid for our CPM time. We didn't have to use PTO for that. But again, I just want to take it. I'm excited for what Shelley's doing in the community and want to support her, so it really doesn't matter to me. My thoughts are, I would allow PTO. Well, no, I don't think I would. This is a county-related event, I feel like, and it will benefit the county. But it doesn't matter to me personally.
So, I guess that way, next time when we already have this, there's gonna be 10 people in here to apply for it.
That'd be great, though. if
That
we
would
had
be great,
people
I'm just
applying
telling
for
you,
this.
that as long as we say, okay, that's what I need to pay you to do it.
This sort of thing has been going on for years, though. I mean, this program is new, but we've allowed staff to go for training.
Not which staff though? I mean, is this department heads only, or?
If it's good for their position. I mean,
But, see, that's the thing,
that's what the policy says.
Yeah.
Is if you feel like it will help the county by doing it.
because there's some people, just some people that may want to go, it's gotta be a benefit to the county, the right people, right? So who's gonna specify who goes and who doesn't go?
I think that's up
I
for
think
board
we're
approval and
everything.
board. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's up for board approval and board discretion, right? I mean, that's what the policy
That's
says.
what the
is
policy
way
says.
it is. So, it's, you've got certain people in departments that this isn't gonna do anything to benefit the county taxpayer, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
that's no,
do you need a motion for something like that? To allow her to do that and not take PTO while she's at it?
okay.
You can make that motion?
You are taking PTO or you're not?
Not, she's gonna do it during the regular time, right?
And that's okay, all right?
That's
It's up to you all. I don't mind taking PTO personally.
Because you're gonna lose it anyway.
I'm gonna lose it anyway.
But you're setting a precedent right now, so if you're gonna
That's
require her
correct.
to, you'll require everybody to from here on out.
That's what I'm
to take
saying.
class. And in the past, we have allowed things like that, not saying that it has to continue that way, but we've allowed that as a leadership opportunity to do what's gonna help the county. Anything in the county later on that she's,
Well, like training, if someone goes to a capers course, if someone goes to a payroll course, if someone
Right.
goes to something like that, if it helps them with their job.
The one that run in time is one that's peaking. That's gonna run into more than just a 3-hour deal. That'd be a full day or better.
better take PTO for that, and rest of the class.
As long as it's in the county and be paid for. How do you feel about that?
That's fine.
You're too easy. I mean, how do you feel about as far as HR person?
I think that's fine.
You're putting her in a tight spot.
I am.
The overnight is, yeah. I
Because
think-
you're gonna pay a full day or better than part of the next day. So we'll pay you for in-county, anything out of the county, you're on your own, is that?
I think that's fine for this program. I would not set that for everything. I would say if you want to do that for this particular program, I think that's just fine. But I would be careful setting that precedent going forward because a lot of our trainings are not in county.
It would be cleaner if you just said, approve this with no stipulations, just say, we want Amy to do this because it's a benefit to the county, and we move on.
There you go. See, made it simple. Who's here thinking about too much?
I guess that would be my motion.
What was it?
To allow Amy to do it and not have to take PTO, right? There you go. Jeff made the motion, all in favor?
Thank you.
Wear me out.
Thank
you
you
vote
very
yes?
much.
Yes. I mumbled it. I didn't screw my mumble.
All right, open position update. Right now, we have 4 equipment operator positions open. 1 office assistant position, we've got 1 part-time EMS department. 2 attendant care providers in the health department. We've got 1 full-time RN open. I think I need to double check with Heather if she wants that to be full-time or part-time. Well, we lost our full-time, she retired, so now there's only 1 full-time and 1 part-time.
But it's not, is it budgeted next year? Okay, I can remember, we've talked back and forth
But
on
the
that.
part-time RN is not, and so that part-time RN is taking half of that full-time budget.
Okay, that's what the deal is.
Yeah.
We just
Tell me road bridge again. I
have
missed that.
4 equipment operator positions and an office assistant. We've got those interviews tomorrow. 2 detention deputy positions open at the jail, a part-time public transportation driver, and I believe we filled our sheriff's deputy position. So just FYI, we've got a lot of openings.
Yeah, we do, everybody does. But you might talk to Heather on that one, because I thought maybe the part-time was supposed to turn into full-time, and that would,
That was kind of a strange deal because it was supposed to be full-time originally, and then we asked if we could fill it with a part-time, and then
Right.
the other full-time person, instead of retiring completely, was just gonna go part-time.
yeah, there was something to
We were
that.
gonna
There
go
was-
full-time and 2 part-time.
So you might want to have a visit with her, because there's something there.
But we do need an RN, so if you.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks. Also, you mentioned the K-Camp risk avoidance grant. I had thought about this as well. And one of the things I had wondered about, I think the cameras are a good idea as well, but I wondered about getting tarps for our belly dumps downstairs. Because we have had a liability claim where,
You should have tarps on them.
and I don't know if we.
They don't have tarps?
No.
How are they legally going down the highway?
Mike says he's been told that we don't have them for them. So I don't know if we can't get them or if we just didn't order them or what.
You need to get them.
But that's, I think, and I don't know for sure, I'll get a hold of Mara at K-Camp. But that might be something to think about with that risk avoidance grant as well.
Well, $2,000 won't get very far on those.
Mhm.
Well,
I don't suppose, but
Well,
I thought legally go down the highway, we have to have that load covered.
road bridge got the money for it. They need, because if you're hauling shell or rocking down the road, you drop something, you're gonna buy whatever. you
Yeah,
want.
I'd say that needs to happen, not wait on the K-Camp deal. Cause that $2,000 won't go very
That
far.
should happen.
But not the sand roads.
They've gotta be covered too,
Do they?
on the highway.
But you know, on the dirt,
Yeah.
On the
Really,
dirt
those
roads.
are blowing out.
on the dirt roads, I ain't so concerned about it, but you go on the highway, cause we hold down the highway,
Yeah.
it's on that rock out here, just for a 4-wheel.
Yeah.
Gee. They need to be tarped in the highways.
Well, but those little ones need to be covered too, and they do have tarps on them. If they're not using them, then
I don't know, I haven't looked at them.
You think the sand trucks need
Well, if there's rocks in the back.
If they're on the highway, that load has to be covered.
I do know that there was a guy that came through town not too long ago, it wasn't our guys, and their trucking company came through town, and they was buying windshields, because they was losing ground on the back of the truck, and they finally got him stopped, but I don't know how many cars they got.
Yeah, you're talking gravel, rock compared to sand. I didn't think you had to on the sand, but I could be wrong.
I don't know, anything with the back truck had to be, but I may be wrong, I don't know.
So you just wanna get those bought regardless, I'll pass that back on to Mike, I just wondered if it was a risk avoidance grant thought, or if you'd rather look at that.
No, I think you need to have them before that. Don't you guys?
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I'll
There's a
talk
lot
to
of
you. Okay, Department on Aging. Jennifer and Melinda and I met last week and visited about this for a little bit. With her, senior center director positions, they're part-time positions. What we are asking to do is if we could hire one more PRN. So this would not be paying 3 people at once. It would still only be paying 2. We have one at Attica and one at Harper. This would be somebody who only comes in when somebody's sick or if somebody wants to take a vacation. Right now we've got somebody out on leave of absence, and then we've also have one that retired on the 29th. So Jennifer's been filling in and having volunteers help fill in at both right now. If we can find someone PRN, which she does have someone in mind that has approached her about it, they would only fill in. So we wouldn't be adding anything to the budget. It would just be replacing people who are out. So just be getting someone in that we could get trained on both centers, so that if we did need, if somebody's sick, if somebody
But it
is
would
on
be adding the
vacation.
budget a little bit, because if they're sick, we're still paying sick leave plus the.
We don't for our part-time employees.
Okay.
Who are you gonna find to do that?
Someone has approached her about it.
Really?
Mhm.
Jump on that.
I don't have any trouble with that at all.
Because last week the threat was that the Attica one was just gonna be shut down. Nobody was gonna get meals, and there would
Well, if
no.
we got somebody who wants, because they gotta leave to go do stuff other than.
Yeah.
No, I want my mom to get her name.
Well, you should, because you're gonna hear about it if you
No, I
don't.
ain't gonna.
So this would be okay to go ahead and add a PRN person?
Yeah.
All right.
Look at that.
The budget wise, that doesn't change anything.
No.
Drop water, you're not just wash it off. That's gross.
Did anyone make a motion?
A drop of water was sitting
Yes,
there, so I
it's
just wiped it
changing
off and just rubbed it off.
Okay. You'll need to make a motion to add a PRN.
Okay.
So
All in favor? Alright, we'll call that the Jeff Mom motion. Yes, my water sat there and I wiped it off. We'll do it again.
Performance
We're gonna drop
evaluation
water.
update. I went through my little spreadsheet and to see how many we've gotten done throughout the county. We have 97 active employees. This was as of Friday. 48 had not been evaluated this year. Now, this number does not include our new hires in the 6-month probationary period. Okay, the 48 only includes our full-time people or our people that have been here a year or more. 24 of those folks are public works, special bridge, and noxious weed employees. So,
That's where,
thoughts or?
that's where I have to take a day on a rain day and sit down with Mike a little bit probably.
Yeah, so do we, are you wanting to split them up? Are you wanting to have Mike evaluate all of them? Do you want to help?
I
Been here long enough?
Well,
Something
that's
said it
the
would
question.
just let's figure one day when we get rain or something, would that work?
Well, we're gonna have a form for everybody, so I can pre-fill them out.
Pre-fill them
And
out?
that's gonna be tough for probably even you to do. You want all of us to be a part of that?
Can't if you want.
You don't wanna do all that by yourself, do you?
So I'll get them made, I can do that with a mail merge real quick.
Unless
Can we
we do it like
executive
one morning,
session?
one morning here, knock a whole bunch out.
Yeah.
Because there's gonna be guys that you don't know
I know
about,
some.
probably the same as Jeff.
I think it'd be better all three of us.
I agree, I don't wanna have to dump that all on you, because that's not.
And Mike.
Yeah,
And
Mike.
you.
Okay.
But it'll be a lengthy executive session, there's 24 of them. Or you
Well,
want to do half and
and
half?
10 minutes apiece.
If it's just one of you and Mike and the employee, it doesn't have to be a meeting.
Oh, you're talking about face to face? Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Always
or,
gonna fill the format.
That's what I thought we were talking about. As an
yeah, if
evaluation.
all 3 of you are here, we'd have to do an executive
Yeah.
session.
And I'm fine with that, that way he doesn't have to do it by himself, that's not really fair to him. And then to sit down with each employee, we don't all have to be for that,
No,
that
it
can be
could
you and
just
Mike
be,
take care of
that's
that.
exactly right. If you
That's
guys
why,
want to
that's
fill
why
it out,
I'm
okay.
kinda, we'll get the report and you can, because Mike will have it, you guys will have what we already said,
Yes.
and we don't need to be in that meeting.
Sit in.
That's kind of aggressive.
Do you want to try to do that next week or the following week?
Can we do half of them one week and half of others? I mean, it'll be.
Yeah. So you want to
Maybe
do half
12.
of them the 15th and half of them the 22nd?
Yeah, you're all right with that. 10 minutes apiece, we'll knock them out pretty quick.
Okay.
An hour and a half.
No, it won't be that quick.
Okay,
Agreement.
the rest of them, it's kind of spread out all along.
The dark one.
You know, we're missing a little bit from a lot of different.
It's supposed to be cold next week and
Yeah.
kind of rainy anyway, so.
Question for you though is if we're gonna try to get merit-based increases effective January 1st, what time do you wanna cut off the evaluations? Do you wanna say they have to be turned in by December 15th?
How long does it take you to have all that processed and ready to go?
Well, and that's a question that you are gonna have to decide at some point is what evaluation rating do you want to use and what percentage do you want to get? Also keep in mind K-Work, our work comp carrier, is waiting for our final wage numbers for 2022. So they have not issued our renewal rate yet because they knew we were gonna have a big increase and I didn't wanna send them wages and end up having to write them another check later. So they said we'll wait, but they'd like to have them early December.
I just say, in my opinion, if whoever's filling these out better be realistic and, I mean, it's not, because the 3% is doing your job. And the bonus is gonna be way and above and over if you give 5. I mean, there better be some backing behind it, in my opinion.
So if you had like a drop dead date of December 1st.
Yes.
And then they could meet the 6th and determine what percent, what rating, all of that stuff.
I've started a spreadsheet that has the employee name, how long they've been here, and what their current average rating is if they've been evaluated. So you'll be able to, I can get rid of the name and just give a number.
Yeah, I don't want to see that
No,
at all.
you'll be able to look though and pick a rating. So if you want to say everyone with a 3 and over, or
X
everyone with a
percent.
4 and over, yeah, it gets X percent.
I like that.
You have to take away the timer.
Yeah.
I'm taking
Getting
away
distracted.
I'm taking away right
Okay.
now.
He's
So-
a fidget spinner.
Is December 1st an okay date to tell department heads? We won't accept any evaluations after
that
12/1.
realistic?
I think it is. There's,
Okay.
24 of the 48 will get knocked out.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'll just send
You
all
okay with
that
that? You
out.
okay
It's
with
gotta
that?
be a deadline. I mean, you
Yeah.
can't go
Take
till.
it, everybody, yeah.
Okay, and then employees that do not have an evaluation are not eligible for merit, correct? And the department heads that haven't finished their evaluation.
Well, that's part of it. I mean, yeah, you gotta have a cutoff somewhere, that's. Yeah.
If we had evaluations, we had a week to get them done. If you didn't get them done, and we always made a point to get them done because your employees,
Depend on that. Yeah. Okay.
that's the deadline.
Okay.
I said they should get it done.
And the department heads that don't do them will get dinged as well.
I can say.
Okay.
I mean,
Not ding, they're just not gonna get a raise.
They won't get their increase. Okay. I'll send an email.
I'm
out
gonna
to
guess
you.
that probably it's gonna be one of the first things they put on the list. I mean,
But then what are you gonna do when they come in the week after and need that deadline extended because?
I don't know.
Maybe that won't happen.
I think a deadline's a deadline, December 1st.
Okay. All right. I need an executive session then for non-elected personnel. 11:30, we're over already. I'm sorry. I will go as fast as I can, but there are several things we need to touch on. So could we do 15?
Here, push that button down while I'm reading this mess off. Personnel, right?
Yes, please.
So who wants to make that motion? So Jeff made the motion to go into executive session, subject to be discussed will be personnel matters, justification for closing the meeting, to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Open meeting, we're resuming this room at 11:46. All in favor?
How many minutes you put for?
15. Nice.
So they erased it. And then after 15 minutes, they just pushed back.
No action taken on that.
And then the only thing I have left is a personnel status form for EMS, the promotion to lieutenant.
It's almost 2022.
Thank you all.
It's not time to make it work.
Thank you.
Thank you, you guys have a
We'll
good
see you
day.
later on.
Hey, will you check with Nolan, see when he takes his lunch?
Yes,
And you guys want to visit with him here in a little bit?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
after our,
Yeah, we have an interview at noon and after that.
5 minutes. I
thank
hope
you.
everyone needs to take out the
I think he takes lunch at noon.
Who does?
Nolan.
He does, okay.
Time to make a quick lunch. What is that?
Look at all that paperwork.
It's your October financial report.
Thank you.
You get your paperwork first. We'll take it right back. Nothing.
Who? Speaking with you.
Okay.
What?
So the first part there is just the summary that I'll kind of go over. So if you want to flip to this is the actual financial report. So pages 1 and 2 are the overview pages. Remaining expenditures and remaining revenue should be at 16.67% since we have 2 months left of the year. All departments in the general fund are trending under budget except for the commissioners, the sheriff, and HR, mostly due to the extra payroll in October. Those should even out as we go through the rest of the year. But there were 3 payrolls in October, so that kind of throws you off. All other funds are trending on or under budget except the 911 fund. The 911 fund 027 currently has a budget violation, which hopefully we'll rectify that with a transfer posted in November.
Well, what's that mean on the plum thicket?
So plum thicket, the reason why it's highlighted is because of we did that year-end transfer early in August instead of December. Yep.
And the 911 fund.
So the 911 fund is a budgeted fund, so you set the budget annually for that, and if you exceed the budget, it's a budget violation. And so that is up to the department head to monitor that. They get monthly reports, and it's also up to the clerk's office, the clerk, that will sign those vouchers, because if there's not budget authority or cash available, then those need to be rectified. Thankfully, the 911 fund had some money sitting in reserve, so we are transferring that money in to cover that budget violation. If there wasn't money there, you would be deemed in your audit.
So how much more is coming out of that, or how much do we have left in there to get to the end of the year?
So there's 11,000 that we will be transferring, and hopefully that'll be enough to cover her.
And that is?
And most of that overage is because originally dispatch was gonna move over to the new building, and then you guys decided to go ahead and do the server upgrade on Interpol, and so that had to be out of the 911 fund. But Chris forgot about that expense, so that's what threw her over. But we'll get that fixed for November. Okay, so page 3 is your general fund revenues. The mineral production tax is trending significantly under budget, and that's just because it's hard to predict what oil is going to do. Solid waste fees are considerably under budget. So far, the year-to-date landfill revenue is only $17,000, and that's
Harper County landfill, right?
That's our landfill. And so you need to start looking at that kind of thing when you talk about hours and operation of the landfill, because you're spending considerably more than that to operate it 1 day a week.
And that's why I'm saying we need to.
Now this landfill, does his wage come out of landfill fund then?
For the time he's out there. Yep. And you'll notice, as we get to the next page, we'll kind of talk about that here in a little bit. But overall, the general fund revenue, you're actually above budgeted by $500,000. So it kind of offsets each other,
But that gives you a good idea of
Don't-
which departments.
But I don't like
right,
not
meeting.
covering your costs.
Yes.
It don't make sense.
The diversion, oh, go ahead, Jeff.
No, what's that rent?
Rent is when we used to rent out the building across the street to Horizons, and we're no longer renting that, so that's why that is.
And speaking of that building, has there been any interest at all in that building?
No. I had one phone call about renting it for residential use during hunting season, but it doesn't have facilities for that, so.
That's a good concept, isn't it?
They could, but there's no shower, and no kitchen, so.
I don't know them people. I'm just saying you probably could rent it. I'm just.
Can we rent as residential though? If they've got it zoned
It's zoned
commercial.
commercial.
Well, I knew there was another reason.
Maybe we ought to approach them about changing the zoning on that.
Yeah. Good.
Because there's, well, I know for a fact, there's a lot of out-of-state hunters looking for places to hunt
They are.
right now. Because, I mean, we rent a little house out there that they're just dying for a place to stay.
And I think the ones that come out to our place, they think Penn Place apartments are gonna be full next year. They're looking for next year's deer season already.
It's crazy, didn't know that.
Yeah, but how's she gonna rent it? I mean, there's not a shower. Yeah, they can go out to eat.
But we don't wanna be in the rental business. I'm just saying.
No,
that
and
we
if you
could-
rezone it, in Cinder's email, it said you'd have to add facilities.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. If we rezone that, I wonder if it would sell
Maybe.
quicker.
Yeah. Okay, so page 4 through 9 are your general fund expenses broken out, and you can kind of look through there if you want to. There's, let's see, solid waste is on page 6. And so if you look there at the bottom, so this year to date, you've spent $56,000 to operate that 1 day a week.
Yeah, I think we need, can we make changes like in the next few weeks to try to start?
Yeah, it might be something you ask Sheena for, some reports on kind of.
She has been sending me stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's pretty slim pickings.
Yeah, and most of that is for that piece of equipment. I don't know if it's a loader,
Yeah.
a track. Most of that is that payment, which is 34,000 of that.
You guys bought that when?
It's a lease.
But how much longer is left on that list? Do you remember?
I don't know off the top of my head, but
It's fairly new though.
It's not too old,
yeah, it might
Well,
be
it
19.
might be, go ahead.
It might be 19.
We
And it's
might
a
be-
5-year lease.
Oh.
I'm gonna have to look. So that's one to keep an eye on there.
So where would we move that piece of equipment to if we didn't use it up there?
I don't know if Road and Bridge could use something. I don't
Is
know.
it track, I don't know what it is.
I don't either. I don't know. So, something to keep an eye on. Okay, so that's 4 through 9. There's nothing other than
Well,
that.
hey, speaking of that, didn't you talk to who did you talk to about sending stuff back one time? Did they ever tell you yes or no, or
They will not, we're stuck with them.
and they wouldn't even trade it for anything else?
I tried on that Packer.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, this, and I said, can we do this? And he never even called me back. So I'm assuming, he said it's gonna be like pulling teeth of cats.
So you won't mess with it then?
Yeah, but if it's a loader, you can take it to one of them, sand pits or rock piles or whatever.
Yeah. But that's an awful expensive piece of equipment to just set for.
Yeah.
Why
And we're not hardly using it
We're
at
not
all.
utilizing it out
We're
there.
not using it at all.
But like
I
you
wonder
said,
how
it
many
sits
hours are on it. Probably not very many.
Can't be. If it, like you said, they'll leave it sit in one of the pits.
Yeah.
More use than what's getting out. We need to take a look at that. That's probably a discussion we have, Mike.
Bring up as much money back.
Okay, so pages 10 through 12 are your other funds. On page 10, you did receive your special city county highway payment from KDOT. So that's the 91,000 there that's highlighted. So that is good news. It's a little bit higher than we expected it to be. Everybody else is trending well, except for when you get to page 12, you will see that 911 fund is over budget by 6%. But hopefully we'll get that fixed in November.
Is there any other projected big payments coming out of the 911 fund? Do you know it?
No, usually her monthly expenses are $3,000 to $5,000 a month. So
What was that on?
the 911 emergency tax fund,
Okay.
that is the one that's over budget.
So that 11,000 been an escrow in her cash then pretty.
Well, she still has a lot of cash, but she just doesn't have budget authority to spend it. Next year, she increased her budget by quite a bit because this year there just wasn't enough budgeted. And then 13 through 15 are just the line item individuals on where they've been spending with that. Everybody is looking really good, except for, of course, that 911 fund.
Road rates are making about 66%.
Well, that doesn't include the 58,000 that we just spent today.
So that's what the little ding on.
Yeah.
Where else could we take that money from?
Nowhere.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because I was wanting to hold back so much, we spent so much on our increases.
Yeah.
Maybe what you do.
So page 16 is the cash projection. October was another really good month for cash. And so all of our funds will have enough cash to carry over into next year. And most of them have overages, which is nice. So that will help next year as you work through the budget process. The higher the cash, the less mill levy you'll need. So if you have more expenses that you want to try to plan on adding back in, like that economic development money and that kind of thing, there might be some wiggle room, as long as valuations don't take. So.
I don't think they will.
Yeah.
And oil and gas money.
Yeah, so that road and bridge fund you were talking about, their estimated excess as of today is 298,000.
You know, the fuel prices,
It's gonna, I seen somewhere they're having a hard time finding fuel. I think it was on the interstate with diesel.
oh my gosh.
I don't know if it's right or wrong. I mean,
It wouldn't surprise me though.
no.
Something the other day, such a stupid little deal, somebody's talking about shortage and stuff. I suppose there's too much money being spent. Too many people have too much money and they're spending it buying up everything they can get a hold of, I guess.
Alright, so that's basically your monthly finances. The next little packet is just for your information, the reserve reports. On top is that special highway fund where some of your bridge projects come from. Currently, you have 823,000 in cash there. But when you take out your projects that you've already approved, you have 423 available for other things that might come up.
And that's for this year though, right?
That's forever until you add more money to it.
Okay.
And then today, when Sheena finds out about the Zimmerman Bridge, you'll have to take 200 more thousand out of that for the match. So that'll take you down even further. So that might be next year, you might want to start thinking about putting more money into that.
Yeah, because if you take out the Henderson and the First Creek, that's 40,000. Only
Yep. The next one is capital roads. That's where your paving money comes from. We haven't really wanted to touch any of that with the pending road issues that we've been having. So that kind of just has been sitting there.
115.
Yep. The third one there is Plum Thicket. You can see there, that's that community development money that Shelley was talking about. There's 231,000 available in there.
One more thought.
So she's fine.
And that's as of October 31st.
So that's gonna be less 12,000 in for you.
Yeah. And then capital equipment is the next one. That kind of breaks out what each department has. I just paid for the new excavator for public works, so that's why there's kind of dipped since last month, but they still have 208,000 available. So that'll be the trailer that we just looked at today, and building that for next year.
So in this capital equipment plan you have, is there a certain amount of money we're gonna have to transfer from somewhere else to keep?
Yes, so each year I have a handout that shows. It seems
The
loud.
door was open, someone just left.
Okay.
It was really loud.
So each year I have it broken out what money gets transferred from which account into this to fund it. And so we have that set for the next 10 years.
Of which account? Okay.
And the person that you have there, you're gonna detail on with them, right?
Yes.
As much as they can remember.
Much as they can remember.
Because I'm having a hard time remembering. I'm making little notes here.
There's gonna be a lot of stuff that somebody's gonna have to remember.
Yeah.
And in what year does it, we have to quit moving that money? There's like 3 years, 4 years, wasn't it? Before the taxes, before we have the money available for taxes. In there.
You're talking about taking from the plum ticket deal to put towards equipment.
Right.
Oh,
Was there a year in there that we wasn't able to move any more money for that?
yes.
What year was that?
I think it's 4 years.
I guess there was a year that we wasn't able to that whole time.
That deal too, he moved it.
Yeah, 4 years. That's when we should have to stop moving the money. And we should go
Budgeting for it at that point.
instead of moving.
I was thinking 5, but.
It's a little far now.
Okay, and then I need, is your,
Well, we have to talk to Sean.
yeah, yeah. I just need an executive session before you guys leave.
You can do it right now if you like.
Go ahead and.
You have an interview,
Yeah.
probably.
She is?
So you will need to make a motion for that, executive session for that.
But then we also have another one after.
Okay,
I hope.
Can we, how long is your executive session?
5 minutes.
Can we can't do hers first? We need to go.
Well, that's kind of rude today, anyway.
Yeah, I will wait.
Okay.
It's fine.
Sorry, Melinda.
Did you approve the minutes? Did you approve the minutes
We don't have any.
for the 25th? Or are they already approved? They just weren't printed, right? I think. Okay.
We have a hard time.
I'm gonna ask Darren.
Well, we have the 18th and 25th in here, but the one.
The 18th, we're on signature page.
Right, the 25th is not. It's just
While you guys are in executive session, I'll go get those on
25th.
paper.
Okay.
Make sure that we did approve it though, because I can't remember if we approved it or not.
Okay, I'll go.
It was the one from Selco, or is that the 18th?
That was the 18th.
I think you approved them, you just wanted that it was held at Selco.
Okay,
So I'll get,
Right.
I'll get those printed.
okay. Go on,
You need another stickers.
I need that paper clip.
Hmm?
I need that paper clip. Which one do we, here, which paper clip?
What are you looking for?
Paper clips come off.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Are you ready for?
You here?
Yes, but she's going to stay in the hall until we go into executive.
Okay.
Because we're on TV.
Oh, okay.
So, non-elected,
Do we need to do 30 minutes or an hour?
we'll start with 30.
30 minutes? Okay.
You want to make that motion, Darren? Darren made a motion to go into executive session, subject to be discussed will be personnel matters. The justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Open meeting will resume in this room at 12:34. All in favor?
We would like
I guess
to
that's
know
not
this is-
personnel matters, that'd be potential personnel, wouldn't it?
Yeah, potential.
For interview. Jeff, you wanna make a motion to extend for 5 minutes?
Extend the executive session for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
It won't take
Well,
so
you're
long.
wanting to extend, but you.
5 minutes.
Okay, Darren made a motion to extend for 5 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Right there and zoom down, so I don't forget it.
Yeah, I put my name on there. 5 minutes. You gotta get going, man. It means 5 minutes from right now.
That's mine, did you do that?
That's when you tender.
Okay. Do you want to make a motion to go in for 5 minutes with Nolan and Amy present?
That's Brian's guy. I will for now. So,
Okay.
read my deal.
So I get it exactly right. Darren made a motion to go in executive session. Subject to be discussed will be personnel matters. The justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. The open meeting will resume in this room at 12:55, right? Got enough time there?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Which one of your motions, sorry?
Darren made the motion.
5 minutes.
No action taken.
Anything?
You're welcome, thank you.
So we did approve, thank you,
Just
Aaron.
what I was thinking, though, do you want me to make a call?
Yes, please. Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, y'all have a good day.
You too. October 25th means we did approve those then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because that's got the cell phone change on there.
Yep.
And this one, for the 25th,
That's from last week.
Nope, that's November 1st.
That's November 1st. Kelsey said she emailed it and then she printed one off. Because she knew Jeff didn't have it.
this one,
Yeah, that's the sheet. Nope.
October 25th is the one that's on the right paperwork. Or is that one?
Jeff's got the November 1st one. This is not
Okay, this is the one that you got. We can get rid of this.
Yeah.
Do you want me to shred those?
Oh, they don't have to be shredded.
Okay.
For the notes, that might, that's the one.
Are you guys still at meetings? Yes.
He gets long-winded sometimes.
I'll remind Jeff to come say hi to you when he's done.
Do we get that? I'm assuming you got the email to us, right?
Yes.
Well,
Did you need more time?
Nope.
Yeah. Okay, so the first one there, the Laura,
Is it Livingood's or that's her name spelled that way?
is it Livengood?
Mm-hmm.
About a tower going in south of her property, Laura was not notified of that change. Matt Booker discussed with the board to write a letter to the tower people.
Love the change.
I don't know if they're called tower people, I believe they're called, what's the wireless company? Remember what, is it it's not Nextech, it's Nextlink. Not Nextlink, yeah, Nextlink. So instead of tower people, I'd like to see the actual name of the company. And then she's got a period after, oh my gosh. I may just have to take this home and read it. I mean, are you wanting to get out of here?
At some point,
Do you want to do this today, right now?
I think just mark it up, because that one said,
Well,
notified
that's-
of the change, to that change, didn't it?
So there's a period after the tower people, and see if they would work with her on moving it out of her site. So there shouldn't be a period there.
And that kind of stuff doesn't have to be in there, because during that meeting, you guys got that email that it was all taken care of.
Yes.
So it's nothing we did anyway.
Well, and it's public comment. So normally public comment in the past, and I'm not saying it has to be that way, but public comment stuff, just Laura Livengood discussed issues with the tower in her yard or something like that, and that's how we usually have done that. You guys want to hold off till next week on these? And there's nothing, abatement negative, minus 224.02, should there be a dollar sign in front of the 224? That's nitpicky stuff, but what do you guys think? I mean, here's the deal, I'm getting in trouble for pointing all this stuff out. You guys probably could contribute a
I'll
little
say,
bit.
yeah, let's just take it home and read over it.
We're in trouble a lot, all the way through.
Well, I just want to point out, it's not just me, that you guys have had issues too, and I'm the one that needs to talk.
Robin Scruples and I instead of Y.
You want to take them home then? Take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm ready to go home.
Okay, so we will table the minutes until next meeting then. Anything else, guys? You good?
I'm past good.
All right.
I'm good. Keep you on the key. Need an alarm on it though. But
Wait, that's not an alarm. If you set the time,
let me see. You got
It's got a button.
still got it going.
I'll hit the button.
That thing's gonna go off 82 times this week, and I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Oh, look.
If you can figure out how to run that thing, it would be really great.
It's got instructions in there.
Looks like you're trying to detonate a bomb.
I think you can turn it.
That's the thermometer.
I think you turn it.
Yeah, you do turn it.
It changes time.
You can set it up, and then what you do is you start going down.
Yeah,
So
it's
it'll
got
probably
to
start
be
going
every day.
humidity.
You want it in here and put it in your.
You gotta stop it though.
Here you go. Still.
There you go.
Hey, stick it.
Somebody can't reach it. Put it up way up top.
I call Nolan, get me a ladder.
Hide it, stick it underneath her desk because she can't see it.
Hey, we've had some of those April Fool's jokes around here.
Yeah, it's a good time.
You're going away gasket, or whatever you want to call it.
I need to get on and see Amy real quick.
But you have beans to cut.